Morning, Steve. Just checking you can hear us okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Sorry, Luke. Can I just check that that quality is any better?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We've got multiple microphones in the day. I'll explain those in a minute. Welcome to our Quality meeting. So welcome to the August CMPA Planning Committee meeting. For those members of the public joining us today, either virtually or in person, I'm Dana Roger, the convener of the Cairngorm National Park Planning Committee. Today's meeting will also be live streamed on the Cairngorm's YouTube channel. Now, for members in the room, can I please ask you to use these microphones so you only put them on when you're speaking and then off when you're finished speaking. We also have the microphones in the ceiling, so we're working on 2 sets of microphones so that everyone within the room can hear us and everyone in our virtual space can hear us, and also that the sound is picked up for the recording. To use these microphones, sometimes you have to put your face right up to them. Before we go any further with the meeting, I'm going to ask Katrina to run a roll call, please. Thank you.
Chris Beattie. Should be the right hand button.
Yeah, present.
Eva Blackett.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. My sound isn't great, so it might be my broadband, so I'm going to keep my picture off if that's all right.
Yeah, that's no problem. Sandy Bremner.
Present.
Paul Kidd. Hannah Grist.
Yeah, present. Good morning.
Russell Jones,
Morning, present.
John Kirk,
Morning, present.
Bill Lobbin,
Yep.
Steve Micklewright,
Yeah, I'm here.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Morning.
Douglas McAdam,
Yes, good morning, present.
Xander McDade,
Present.
Fiona McLean,
Morning.
Gaynor Roger.
Here, thank you, James. Sorry, it's James, not Katrina.
That's no worries. And Derek Ross.
Here.
Thanks, James. So as always, committee members that are online, if you want to contribute to the discussion or ask any questions, if you just raise your virtual hands, I'll be able to see that on my screen. And for members in the room, if you just let me know if you want to speak, I should be able to see you. So to help move business forward effectively, I would ask members to keep your questions succinct and to the point, focus firmly on the clarification of technical or planning issues. And once we moved into the discussion phase of an application, it would be helpful if members could indicate at an appropriate point if you're minded to put forward any proposal regarding the officer's recommendation. If a member does wish to pull an amendment to any of the motions on the items today, a breakout room is available, both virtually and physically in the Dawn room, and you'll be joined there by Peter Ferguson, who will be able to advise you. So thank you. So James, just to check, I think we've got apologies from Anne Ross, Lauren McCallum and Janet Hunter. Thank you. And we've got a number of members online. Also today, Peter Ferguson, our legal advisor from Harper McLeod, is joined by his colleague Sandy Fowler. So welcome, Sandy. Sandy's going to observe the meeting today. We're also joined by a number of members of the public here in the room and a number of people who wish to address the committee during applications. So I'll introduce them as we get to the application. I'll move now then on to item 3, declarations of interest. So do any members have an interest that they wish to declare relating to any of the items on the agenda today? If you do, can you be clear of the number of the item, the nature of the declaration, and whether you'll still take part in the meeting or leave for that item? Thank you. I'll go first to Bill, please.
I have 2 declarations, one of which is item, whatever item the council one is, 8, and Cairngorm Mountain Scotland Limited, which I think is number 11. I'm a director of Cairngorm Mountain Scotland Limited, and Highland Council are the applicant.
Thank you, Bill. And Russell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a declaration of interest for item 8 as a Highland Council application, and I'm a Highland Councillor, so I will leave the room at that time.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Bill. Any other declarations? I don't see any in the room, and I don't see any hands virtually. Thank you. So I'll move on then to the minutes of the previous meeting on the 9th of June and matters arising not covered elsewhere. So committee members, you'll have read the meeting minutes. Can I ask if the committee is content with the accuracy of the minutes? And that runs from page 1 to 5 of that planning committee meeting. Yep. Can I assume then that committee is happy to approve these minutes? Thank you. I have no matters arising. Does anyone else have anything they want to raise? No, thank you. And members, just to let you know, I'll move a motion towards the end of the meeting to take the minutes from our confidential session on the 9th of June at the end of this public session, where we've got some other confidential business that we're going to discuss. Okay. So the first item in today's agenda relates to an application for detailed planning permission for the erection of 21 houses at the former station yard in Nethy Brish, Bridge. Members, we had a committee site visit to this site earlier this morning before Planning Committee. Joining us today in favour of the application is the applicant Ron Lang, Eleanor Morrison of the Enviro Centre, and Jim Fraser, a supporter, and they will address the committee and I'll tell you when it's time to do so. Thank you. For the time being, I'm going to hand over to Emma, who's going to take us through the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Morning, Committee. So yes, this application site lies to the west of Nethy Bridge. It was formerly a railway station and associated yard, and is bounded by agricultural land to the north and west and residential properties to the east, with Station Road to the south and the River Nethy beyond. The Speyside Way runs through the site, and this is marked by a green dotted line on this plan here. The development site covers an area of approximately 0.8 hectares, outlined in red on this slide. The site is relatively flat and is sparsely vegetated. Access is directly from Station Road. The proposal is for a residential development of 21 houses with associated infrastructure. The development will comprise of moderately sized 3-bedroom detached properties and 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom semi-detached properties located off a main spine road. Thank you. A suds pond is located to the southeast of the site, adjacent to the entrance. Is this going to work? Yeah, there. That's suds pond there. So the houses will be 2 stories, finished in white rendered blockwork and timber effect cladding. Windows will be aluminium clad timber and roof areas will be clad in slate. Rainwater goods will all be PVC. This is an example of the detached property, and this is the example of the proposed semi-detached property. This slide isn't particularly clear, but I'll try and explain it to you. It shows the Speyside Way diversion. So the Speyside Way currently runs through the site. And this is shown by the black dotted line here. You can see that. During construction, it will be diverted to the west of the site and fenced off, and that is shown by this green line here. Okay. Following the completion of the development, the route will be rediverted through the site, and that's shown by the blue line. And there will be new signage erected at either end of the site to clearly identify the new rerouted way. So to look at the site, for some of you this will look a bit familiar because you've been on site this morning. This is an aerial view of the site looking in a northerly direction. Another aerial view looking west with, just to get context, Nethy Bridge Hotel here, Station Road and River Nethy winding its way down in the background there. We saw on site that this is the road, the Station Road leading up into the village. So this is where, from your papers, you'll have read that roads are looking for a footpath, a pedestrian footpath, to allow safe and easy access into the main part of the village from the development. This is the access from Station Road looking north into the site, and a little bit further into the site again and looking in a northerly direction. This is from the same point but looking south, and it shows the junction with Station Road and this area here where the suds pond will be located. This is further up the site we walked through this morning, just looking back down in a southerly direction, and a wee bit further north just to the end of the site where the last of the houses will be located. We've got a visualisation here. This is from the suds pond looking north in a northerly direction, and just gives an example of the houses in their context, and a wee bit further into the site again in a northerly direction, just showing contextually what it will look like. So in terms of the main considerations, in principle this is an unallocated brownfield site within the settlement boundary. It has an extant consent and will provide at least 25 affordable homes. So as such, the principle is acceptable. Development has been designed to take account of the site's constraints and development capacity with a total of 21 houses, which will all address the central spine road. The properties are simply designed and will be finished in a respectful palette of materials. They will be sited to ensure an adequate level of privacy is retained for both existing residents adjacent to the site and for future occupiers of the development. Each house will have its own private garden and car parking spaces, and so in terms of policy, it is acceptable in terms of the layout, amenity and design. The Bridgefield Estate has no formal landscaping, having been unmanaged and left to naturally regenerate. Should consent be granted, a condition is required to ensure a suitable landscaping scheme and its long-term maintenance is secured. So the site lies adjacent to the River Nethy, which forms part of the River Spey SAC. It's also in close proximity to Abernethy Forest SPA and Craigmore Wood SPA. The Habitats Regulations appraisal concludes that should consent be granted, suspensive conditions will be required to ensure appropriate mitigation is undertaken and there will be no adverse on the site's integrity. These include surveys for protected species and any subsequent species protection plan and the submission and approval of a pollution prevention plan. Appropriate landscaping and the design and management of the suds pond, along with simple measures such as installation of bird and bat boxes, will deliver biodiversity enhancements. So the development is considered to satisfy policy in terms of environmental issues. Subject to the provision of a suitable footway along the north side of Station Road, linking the site with the village, and the development being incorporated into the village-wide 20 miles per hour speed limit, there are no issues in terms of road safety and traffic implications. The Speyside Way will be rediverted and new signage erected to clearly identify the new route. Given the site's formal use as a railway yard, a condition is recommended to ensure any potential contaminants are identified and suitably addressed. So in terms of flooding, SEPA object to the application on the grounds that the proposed development is contrary to the NPF4 policy in that the site is at risk from flooding. The submitted flood risk assessment undertaken by Envirocentre models flood risk based on detailed topographical information and industry standard statistical methods and provides the most accurate model of potential water flows in the River Nethy catchment. So this model, as showed those members on site, this shows the site is free from flooding under a 1 in 200 year flood event, although some lower parts of Nethy could suffer. This method has also been confirmed and certified by an independent chartered engineer. SEPA, however, do not consider this approach as appropriate, as they consider it may underestimate water flows. They specify that a rainfall runoff modelling was undertaken. This method generates a theoretical rainfall event, converting into runoff or flow rates based on catchment characteristics. This method shows flows of significantly higher volumes of water, leading to more extensive flooding of Nethy Bridge and the site, and that is shown in this slide here. Envirocentre, however, consider that this method overestimates flows within larger catchments. Indeed, if this method was applied, a considerable area of the village would be undevelopable and existing built-up areas would flood significantly, which you can see within the slide. This method also does not reflect anecdotal evidence of flooding in the area. The applicants propose various mitigation measures, including model testing and safety margins, are adopted through the flood risk assessment process, incorporating climate change allowance and installing a freeboard to finish floor levels at least 600 millimetres above the estimated 1 in 200 year plus climate change flood level to allow for uncertainty and any changes to site conditions. SEPA recognise that the applicants have undertaken a comprehensive analysis of the potential flooding of the site. However, given the River Nethy is not accurately gauged, there remains uncertainty over the flood modelling. SEPA have based their objection on a range of methods of flood risk, taking a precautionary approach to a calculated probability of flooding of the application site as a best estimate and not an accurate prediction. They conclude that despite Envirocentre identifying one scenario that avoids flood risk on the site, others do identify a high flood risk. They therefore must conclude that the site continues to be a flood risk. Evidence demonstrates that the site is unlikely to flood during a 1 in 200 years event, and coupled with the mitigation put forward by the applicants to ensure resilience to a rise in water levels, it could be concluded that the development complies with Policy 22 flood risk and water management of NPF4 and Policy 10 of resources of the Cairngorms National Park Local Development Plan. However, notwithstanding this, SEPA objects to the proposal on the probability of flood risk on the site. Potential effects of climate change is not precise and the potential for flooding on the site remains a risk. SEPA is a statutory consultee, and given there is no guarantee the site will not flood, it cannot be concluded that the proposed development would comply fully with either Policy 22 of NPF4 or Policy 10 of Cairngorms National Park Local Development Plan. So to conclude, the application is for housing on a brownfield site within an identified settlement. It has an extant planning permission, which includes an element of housing. The site is within the village of Nethybridge, and the proposed development would deliver housing which would meet local community needs. Subject to appropriate conditions, the application would be recommended for approval. However, there is the issue of flood risk on the site. Information submitted by the applicants support the conclusion that the site would not flood. However, SEPA do not agree and maintain an objection. It's considered the site will flood. However, SEPA's opinion that it cannot be it is considered unlikely that the site will flood. However, SEPA's opinion that it cannot be categorically concluded there is no flood risk must be accepted in this instance, and that the development does not comply with either Policy 22 of NPF4 or Policy 10 of the LDP. It's recommended, therefore, that the committee refuse the application for the reasons stated in your papers. Other matters that relate to the detail of the proposals and compliance with other policies that could otherwise be addressed through suspensive condition if the application were to be approved become additional reasons for its refusal. This decision is based on the weight given to the potential for the site to flood. If, however, committee are minded to approve the application, appropriate conditions have been prepared that would address all matters. However, given SEPA's objection, the application would have to be referred to Scottish Ministers for determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Are there any points of clarity on any of the technical or planning issues in relation to this applications that members want to raise with Emma in the first instance? And just pointing out the main considerations are considered to be the principle of development, layout, amenity and design, landscape issues, environmental issues, access and servicing, contaminated land, flooding and surface water drainage, and infrastructure and developer contributions. So I'll take some points of clarity and then I'll invite the applicant to address the committee, but we'll take points of clarity first, please. Thank you. Eleanor.
Very quickly and very minor, but at paragraph 20 and under the consultees, the Highland Council corporate address gazetteer team, who on earth are they?
So that would have been, they would have been consulted by Highland Council when the application was made, and they are the team that deal with new street names.
Okay.
It's slightly more complicated than that. It's recording where things are so that they then feed into ordnance survey maps and things like that. So it isn't of significant relevance to determining the planning application.
Members, any questions for Emma? Eleanor?
Yeah, just on the affordable housing, just for clarity, are we talking about 5 houses here? And how would that be secured should it happen to get approval today?
We haven't got the detail of. Beg your pardon. We haven't got details of that at present. Applicant has indicated that it is his intention to develop the site with 100% affordable housing, but we would be looking for an absolute minimum of 25%. That would be covered by condition on any planning permission granted.
This may be for the applicant then. So if there's a willingness to look at 100% affordable housing, would we be able to secure that under condition? If we were minded to agree this application.
Sorry.
I think that if the applicant said that they were absolutely determined to create 100% affordable housing, yes, it would be legitimate. But bearing in mind that our policies in relation to affordable housing and housing developments in Nethy Bridge only require 25%, it wouldn't be legitimate to impose that on them at this stage. I mean, I think given the nature of the application and the potentially complex route to any approval, it would be difficult for the applicant to have secured a kind of complete agreement with an affordable housing provider at this point in time. Clearly, they have designed these houses as houses which would meet affordable housing requirements in the hope that the council or a housing association will agree to work with them and to take them on. But that's not a guarantee at this stage. So at the moment, we've drafted a condition that would secure a minimum of 25%, but would allow as much as the applicant was able to make on that site as well.
I don't have any hands virtually, and I don't see anyone indicating in the room that they'd have any questions to ask. So I'll move on. So now I'd like to introduce Ron Lang, the applicant, Eleanor Morrison of the Enviro Centre, and Jim Fraser, a supporter. So they're seated at the end of the table. They have asked to address the committee. So between them, they'll have 10 minutes in which to do so. And then the committee will open up to questions. So when you're ready, have you got anything to put up on the screen?
Sorry, my phone's gone off, I can't believe it.
What I'll do is I'll give you a heads up at 9 minutes.
Sorry. Good morning all. I'm Ron Lang of AW Lane Limited, a local building firm. And over the years, working closely with different building society, different housing associations, we've completed over 60 affordable houses in Badenoch and Strathspey. Some of you might recognise the one on the slide here as Baynard Gale. Now, if we could move on to slide 2. When we this is a site as it was when we purchased it. When we purchased it, a detailed planning permission for 6 large houses. I think the layout shows you the scale and the magnitude of the houses, and this application remains live. Interestingly, SEPA initially objected to this proposal and subsequently withdrew their objections when they realised the riverbank on the opposite side to the site was in fact much lower than the riverbank on the site. And this is still the case. We abandoned this 6-house development because we just did not think it was compatible or consistent with the needs of the Nethy Bridge community, and we focused our thoughts and development of 2-bedroom, 3-bedroomed houses, which we felt was a lot more consistent with those living and working in Nethy Bridge. And after much consultation, we concluded the development shown on the next slide offered more to those living and working in the Nethy Bridge community. There are 9 semi-detached units which are identical. We appreciate we always have to deliver 25% affordable. And if there's some way we can match Highland Council benchmark figures with development costs, who knows, we could possibly do them all as affordable. I mean, that has been the record. Anyone who's checked up on this, we had four development sites in Granton and Spey, and we ended up not 25%, not 50%, but they were all 100% affordable. Now, the next slide shows an aerial view of the area. The blue 10-year flood map of SEPA is just an outline of what they think is flood, and it's never flooded. The yellow sectioned area is the Broomfield Court, which lies in a basin, and it lies something like 2 metres lower, over 2 metres lower than the development site. The red hatched area is obviously a development site, which was made up approximately 30 to 40 years, I understand, after the Great Murray Flood of 1929, and it's on a raised platform which was built to accommodate the railway infrastructure. The next 2 slides just highlight the the difference in levels. And I think the site visit this morning was very useful in conveying that to members. It's obviously the site does sit up on a raised area which was formed specifically for the railway. Now, the final slide shows we've been down in the river basin, and the point where the arrow is, at that point there, the river bank opposite the side is about 1.5 metre lower than the river bank on the side, and that opens into floodplain. Now, I'll just hand over to Eleanor Morrison of Environment.
Thanks, Ron. I'm an Associate Director with EnviroCentre Consultancy. I'm here representing a team with 8 of our flood specialists being involved in flood studies in the Nethy over the last 5 years or so. Between us, we have over 100 years of technical experience. We include Masters and PhD qualified hydrologists and engineers, members and chartered members of the Chartered Institute of Water and Environmental Management, and the former chair of the Scottish Hydraulic Society. We have a consensus that the methods and findings of our flood risk assessment are the most suitable and appropriate for this river. We have followed due scientific process using all the available historic and local knowledge, monitoring data and flood model scenario testing. Everything has been subject to rigorous scrutiny by regulators and also an independent chartered engineer. So the crux of SEPA's objection is how we have estimated 1 in 200 year flood flow rates. There's a choice of 2 key methods. So we've applied statistical methods drawing on over 1,500 river monitoring stations in the UK, distilling them down and prioritising data from local catchments and similar catchments. And meanwhile, SEPA have taken the precautionary approach and stipulated the rainfall runoff method. Here, a theoretical rainfall event is applied through a suite of catchment characteristics, including area, elevations and soil types, to generate a theoretical flood. The rainfall runoff methods are designed for small, ungauged catchments and work effectively in those situations, but it is widely understood in the industry to overestimate flows, particularly for larger catchments like the Nethy. In fact, the Environment Agency advised against using the rainfall runoff method for catchments over 100 square kilometres, and the Nethy is just below that at 98 square kilometres. So the rainfall runoff method drives flows about 50% higher than our method. But we only have to look at the data from the SEPA's gauging station on the Dilnane over the Spey Valley. It's been monitored for 70 years, and the largest flood over that time is smaller than the rainfall runoff estimate for Nethy, and the Dilnane catchment is 3 times larger than the Nethy. So this is just one example of that. It supports our conclusion that the statistical flows are the most realistic. If we simulate these 2 flows in our model, you've seen these maps before from Emma. The statistical estimate shows shallow flooding through parts of the village, but the site remains dry because of its elevated situation. And the SEPA preference to rainfall runoff shows a large part of the village flooding as well as the site. In profile, the green line shows water filling up in Broomhill Court to up to 2 metres depth and spilling over the embankment. That is the rainfall runoff method estimate, whereas ours in blue is the statistical method, shows shallow flooding. And what I would like to draw attention to is the red line, which shows the proposed floor level, which is elevated well above both flood scenarios. So any uncertainty in flood estimates has been robustly addressed. Our reports detail how we have verified findings against historic and local knowledge. Dozens of local residents have accounted for the fact that there's been no flooding from the river of significance in living memory. It's also been verified against data and council records for major floods, including the 1990, 2009 and 2015 floods. Critically, our study has been certified by an independent chartered engineer to comply with current best practice and regulations. As with the nature of flooding, flood science always has an element of residual uncertainty, so safety margins have been applied at various stages in the assessment and design. In particular, we've added a 34% increase to allow for climate change, and floor levels are elevated 600 millimetres above the maximum predicted water level to provide freeboard, and we can confirm emergency access would be maintained. Back to Ron. Or was it?
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jim Fraser. I'm a native of Netty Bridge. I'm also a qualified planner who owns property in the village. Sadly, don't live in the village. I'd like to, but my wife is not prepared to move up from the Central Belt. But Ron has built 3 houses for us over the year in the village. As I say, a qualified planner, but also steeped in national park policy, because I'm a member of this campaign for national parks, and for 12 years I've been the chairman of the Friends of Loch Lomond and Trossachs, where obviously I do a little more work. I did submit a written letter in support of this application, and I was disappointed, and Gavin's apologised that through an administrative error it's not in your papers today, so I hope I beg your indulgence if I go over more than the minute left. But in brief, there was 4 reasons that I strongly supported this. Passionate supporter of affordable local housing, and this for me is a no-brainer in terms of providing, and you've heard Ron's track record, providing much needed affordable housing in the village, which for me in national park context, whilst the government's saying there's 2 key crises, which are climate change and nature, I firmly believe there's a third, and that's the people crisis in terms of delivering affordable housing for people who want to live and work in the national park. So that's a big ethos in terms of the Friends of Loch Lomond and also the Scottish Campaign for National Parks. The second reason for supporting it was the proximity of the development of the village centre, and it ties in well with the NP4 new guidelines, which is all about 20-minute community neighbourhoods. So it hits that bang on. It's also a good policy fit, as Emma's highlighted in the report, with loads of your policies and plans. And this is a real chance for you guys to prove that you're serious about delivering affordable housing in the village of Netty Bridge, where there is still some scepticism in the national park, whether it's for nature or for people or for both. So I would urge you to think hard about this before you make your decision. And there's 1 or 2 other reasons. I won't go into that. The main issue for me, and it's not to cover flooding, talking to all sorts of friends and older people in the village, definitely no indication of flooding here in living memory. Your own planning officers report repeatedly say they believe it will not flood. And I think it's unjustified that SEPA has come in with this objection with their theoretical modelling, and it's also over the top in terms of precautionary principle. Just briefly on...
If you can just sum up, thank you.
Yeah, I will sum up. Just briefly sum up, there's huge latent demand there for housing. My neighbour, it took them 5 years to get a 3-bedroom house in the village. Postcards through letterboxes desperate in the village, and they're aware of 5 other families with young children at school who are staying in short-term lets, caravans and other forms of product that love to buy affordable housing in the village. So I'd strongly urge you for a clear choice to refuse the application, and that would allow Ron to continue with a 6 luxury house development at a property value of 700,000, doing no good for the village at all. He's recognised the value of affordable housing. You have a real chance to deliver on the dreams and aspirations of 21 families by approving this application. So I'd urge you to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron, Eleanor and Jim. I'll move to questions from committee members. Any questions in relation to what you've heard? Or points of clarity? Hannah, please.
Yeah, this might be a slightly technical question, and thank you for your evidence you put forward here. It seems like the crux of the challenge we're facing is the uncertainty around the flood risk modelling, and I know that there are pros and cons in both the methods used by SEPA and the method you described, depending on the circumstances and the data available. I guess what I'm asking is, I'm a scientist, not a hydrologist. I know there are ways to undertake, for example, model averaging between statistical and hydrological models. So is there any opportunity to reconcile these different data forms? Are there more data available that will enable us to kind of undertake a method of finding a correct answer or a closer to correct answer here?
Thank you, Hannah. Eleanor, do you want to take this?
Sure. Our model has been verified against observed flooding. We had access to a YouTube video of flooding in 2009, and we looked at the flow data from the local gauging station at on the Dulnane and estimated it to be a 1 in 17 year flood. And when we reproduced that simulation in our model, it was accurate to, we estimate, about within 10 centimetres the water level prediction. So we're confident that our model is realistic, and we have undertaken considerable comparison against the flow records which support the statistical method over the rainfall runoff method. Does that answer your question?
I mean, it does in a way. I guess what I'm asking is there anything else that can be done? Are there any other ways that we're going to be able to get more information, or is this the absolute best information we're going to be able to have in order to make this decision?
In my opinion, it's the best available information that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just bring in Gavin, please, and then I'll go to John.
Yeah, Hannah, I was just really going to confirm that point. This is the best available data, and SEPA effectively said they didn't want EnviroCentre to do any more study on this because it wouldn't change their position on it. So SEPA have a very, I suppose, pessimistic view of flood risk in this area, that they don't seem to want to change their approach to on the basis of more accurate modelling now, and that's the crux of the application here. It's whether a very precautionary approach is taken or whether a decision is based on the most accurate available information.
Thanks, Gavin, for that.
Thanks, Gavin. I'll take John in the room, please, first.
Just maybe to confirm to Hannah, you went on the site visit, but I farm beside the land on the other side of the river, and I'm young enough, despite what Bill Lobin says, to remember the two big floods. Not the first one, the last two. And these fields never flooded. But the other interesting point is the sewage on the other side is so much lower. The pumping station is in my field, which is pumped up to the sewage station. And the one in Broomhill Court is as low. So this, I don't know if there's going to be a pumping station there, is there, Ron? Is it enough gravity to take it?
Be pumped, yeah.
But it's not good. It's not as high a level as these other guys. I mean, they're about 2 meters below. So, and during these floods, this area did not flood. It does flood further down, but does not flood there. I've seen 3 major floods in it. Okay.
Thank you, John. I've got Stephen and then Jiva online, please. So Stephen first, please.
Yeah, just a quick one from me. As I understand it, there's already planning permission for some much bigger houses covering the same site. So what has happened with SEPA's analysis in terms of flood risk that has changed between that planning application and this one? So is it a change in their approach that's made this objection from them emerge, or is it new evidence that SEPA have found that have indicated the flood risk is of significance to them?
Steve, I suppose the starting point comes from when SEPA last did their national flood risk mapping, which is done in quite a crude model across Scotland. And when that was last prepared, it identified a very large part of Nethy Bridge being at risk of flooding. Now, obviously, that's a crude model, and EnviroCentre have attempted to do this in a much more accurate way. And SEPA, SEPA are, I suppose, aware that they have one model that shows potential flood risk, and are unwilling to move from that position because there is some validity in that model as well, although one would expect on any individual site for somebody to come forward with the detailed information which actually verifies or says that it's wrong on different sites, and that's what we've got here.
Okay, thank you.
Eleanor, did you want to add anything?
Yes, please. When the flood risk assessment was undertaken a couple of years ago in 2001, we had also used a lower climate change allowance of 24%. And since then, SEPA's guidance is updated so that we have now applied a further 10% on top of the flows. So that's one of the other reasons for the uplift in flows. But there are no records of flooding held by the council or SEPA within decades that would support any change in method or verification of the model that we've applied.
Thank you, Eleanor. Can I bring in Jiva next, please?
Yeah, thank you, convener. Part of my question's been answered just there, but I've got a bit of a Daft Lassie question. Because SEPA have an objection here, if we were to approve this, does it have to go to government ministers?
Yes, it will, Jiva. So it'll have to go to Scottish Government.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
So it'll be determined by the reporter. Peter, somebody come in.
Thanks, Gaynor. Yeah, just to clarify, if the decision was to grant, then there would be a referral to the Scottish Government, and that triggers a two-stage process. The government initially, as part of the first stage, decides whether or not to call the application in. In some cases, the applications are released back to the planning authority for final determination. But if the first stage results in a call-in, then the second stage would be a determination by the reporter, as was mentioned.
Thank you, Peter. Any other questions? I don't have any hands up, either in the room or virtually. I'd like to hand over to Emma. Emma, is there anything that you want to comment on that we've heard so far?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, I'd like to move us into the discussion. So are there any viewpoints or comments that members wish to put forward? Bill, please.
Thanks, convener. Our villages die when the post office closes and the shop closes. Then the school doesn't have enough kids in it, so it too closes. The best way to stop that is to build affordable homes, which is exactly what this development will do by providing 21 badly needed new affordable homes. This development is proposed for a brownfield site which already has extant planning permission for 6 large houses, which would probably go to the second home market as compared with the development that's proposed today. We've certainly flung the kitchen sink at this in terms of reasons for refusal, but let's be honest, most of them can be dealt with by condition. The big thing is, does it flood or does it not flood? On one hand, you've got SEPA and their desktop national modelling, and the other hand, you have the developers' consultants. It's not long ago that the very same SEPA modelling included my house in their theoretical flood zone, which resulted in many of my neighbours not being able to get insurance. And let me assure you, if my house floods and the Spey reaches that height, I'm going to buy a boat and start collecting animals 2 at a time. So that just goes to say I have little, I suppose, confidence in the way SEPA do their national modelling. The developers consultant, on the other hand, has used industry standard modelling, which in their professional opinion reflects the real conditions the Netty Bridge would be subject to in a 1 in 200 plus climate change event. Unlike John, I haven't been around since 1829, despite claims to the contrary, but to the best of my knowledge, there has never been a major flood event since then. So I know who I'm prepared to put my faith in. And whilst I appreciate that SEPA's unresolved objection will mean that this will have to be referred to Scottish ministers, I would certainly support us approving this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I'll come back to you. You've got some other people wanting to come in. John, please.
Yes, I would like to support Bill in this because the village is crying out for homes for working people. And, you know, I've lived there for 50 years. I know the area pretty well, and I've never seen flooding. And I think if we go back to the original flood, it was all caused because a sawmill was washed down the river, blocked one arch of the bridge, washed the water went round the side of the bridge and flooded the village. So I think they need to look back in history what really happened. So, you know, I'd be happy to propose that this development is given the go-ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll come back to you as well. I've got Xander and then Doug. So Xander first, please.
Thanks, Convener. Very much echo what Bill and John have just said. I think this is a appropriate development for what Nethe needs. I've stood in Nethe on a number of occasions with government ministers telling them how bad the housing crisis is in Nethe, and I think we have a responsibility to do what we can. We do have to measure that against, obviously, our responsibilities to make sure we're not approving responsible development. But I think we've heard quite a compelling case today in terms of the flooding situation, the fact that there hasn't been flooding there before. We've seen modelling that's been based on accurate and past precedent, and it seems, as Bill says, more likely to be accurate than SEPA's desktop modelling, which doesn't take into account as much of the local factors as the consultants for flood analysis has done. So I think from my point of view, yes, this will go to government ministers, but at that point it's then for them to put their money where their mouth is, to be honest, and decide whether they think the housing crisis needs resolved or not in that respect. So I'm very supportive of approving the application.
Thank you, Xander. I'll take Doug online next, please.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, but I've certainly heard sufficient to fully support what Bill said. And yeah, I would like to see this application approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I'll take Russell in the room and then Stephen online.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to echo what's been said as well, I'm not going to repeat everything, but I think it's a good development that's badly needed, and it's a very reputable local contractor a local developer who's putting it forward, so I would like to support it as well.
Thank you, Russell. Stephen, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, same response from me here, and I think pragmatically you've got an extant planning permission for housing there which does not seem to fulfil local need like this one does. So I think it's much better to support this application because it actually fulfills local needs, and we know there's a housing crisis in and around that area. So pragmatically we should support it, and I'm not a hydrologist, but I've read the reports and heard what the developer has to say, and I'm satisfied they've done a really good job of trying to assess the risk using the tools available to them. So I think this should go to government ministers and we should approve.
Thank you, Stephen. I've got Jiva who wants to come in, please.
Well, just to lend my support as well, coming from a community where affordable housing is just in such short supply, why, when we see such a good application, would we go against it? It has my support.
Thank you, Jiva. And I'll finally take Sandy in the room, please.
Again, not to repeat comments already made, but I'd like to support the application. There's an overwhelming case in social terms, and I would contend on the basis of flood risk assessment.
Sorry, I finally got Fiona, and then I think we need to move to see if we can get an amendment proposed. So, Fiona.
I wanted to say something different. No, not to say that. I absolutely support the application. However, and I know it's not relevant to the determination, but I would encourage developers to design in sympathy with the context. And I do feel that the housing here, it has been pointed out that it's 2-storey as opposed to the more rural 1.5-storey. And I would like to see more designs of housing which is suitable for a rural context rather than an urban context. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Can I just check, Stephen? Oh, you've taken your hand down. I think I'll go back to Bill. Bill, you were the first to speak. Do you wish to propose an amendment to the officers?
Yes, thank you, Convener. I'd like to make that amendment as robust as possible.
Yeah.
So maybe a couple of minutes with Peter
and
John.
Yeah, and John, you're going to second? So, John?
Could I just say something? In modern day houses with concrete floors, with concrete floors and things, you know, it always helps eliminate the risk of flooding and damage to houses, and nobody knows more about that than Ron. So I think technically the houses can be built without having any risk. And there was a question about the river being gauged. The river is actually gauged now. Record.
Thank you, John. Eleanor.
Yeah, it's a plea to Bill, when you go out to make your counter proposal as robust as possible, can you please speak to Peter about securing the affordability element of the development? Because to me, I'm very supportive of it, and I totally take Ron laying the applicant's track record on board, but to me it is about securing that they are affordable housing. And I know Gavin's answer about us only being able to, you know, to insist on 25%. I think if there was some way to tie in the applicant's willingness to look at a bigger proportion, I think we are duty bound to take that into consideration, given that we are going against the consultee advice and it is going to Scottish Government. But I totally support going against that decision to refuse. But I'm just asking you to think of affordable housing.
Thank you, Eleanor. Bill and John, would you like to leave with Peter to the Dawn Room to pull something together? Committee will break for a 10-minute recess. Thank you. James, would you like to turn, members, we'll go back into committee. James, could you turn the slide on? Thank you. Okay. So before we go any further forward, can I just check, is there anyone that wishes to support the officers' recommendation, which was to refuse the erection of 21 dwellings at Nethy Bridge? No. Okay, thank you. Bill, would you like to read out your proposed amendment, please?
That the application be approved on the basis of the detailed flood risk assessment provided, and it therefore complies with LDP 10 and NPF 22, and also complies with other local and national policies. Additionally, it is a material consideration that the site has extant planning permission, subject to conditions. And would it be possible for staff to read out what the conditions are?
Yes, thank you. I think we're going to see them on screen.
Okay, I won't read them out word for word, but we've got conditions requiring a fully detailed landscaping scheme and its long-term maintenance. We would have a condition relating to pre-construction surveys to be carried out for breeding birds and reptiles to ensure that associated species protection plans are drawn up. We would be looking for an otter survey to be undertaken in accordance with Nature Scots good practice advice. We would be looking for a pollution prevention plan to be undertaken. We would be looking for the traffic management scheme to cover the issue of the 20 mile/h speed limit, the pedestrian link, timings to reflect to reduce any noise to residential amenity in the area, and to ensure that the 20 mile/h speed limit is incorporated into the development. We'd also be looking for a dust mitigation scheme to be approved. We would be looking for contamination, standard contamination condition to ensure all contaminations are addressed and dealt with appropriately. We would be looking for a revised and detailed drainage information assessment in accordance with the Council's flood risk and drainage impact assessment guidance, and that would have to be undertaken by a suitably experienced engineer and approved by the Park Authority in consultation with the Highland Council's teams. We would be looking for all the site levels and finished floor levels to be no lower than those provided on the plans, to ensure in the flood risk information that's been submitted. We would be looking for no development to commence until affordable housing delivery plan that details how a minimum of 25% of the units on site will be delivered as affordable housing, would have to be submitted to and approved by ourselves. And then we'd be looking for the biodiversity enhancements for the bird boxes and bat boxes to be incorporated. Those are the draft conditions that we would suggest be attached to any consent granted.
Thank you, Emma. Can I just check, is there anything in there around Eleanor's query for the affordable housing allocation?
So the condition that we're suggesting is that a minimum of 25%, that there's an affordable housing delivery plan is submitted that provides a minimum of 25%, because that's what we can legitimately force, I suppose, because of policy. The applicant is obviously interested in providing more than that, but whether they can or not will depend on future discussions that they'll have to have with Highland Council and housing associations. So our advice is that it isn't possible at this stage or reasonable to try to force a higher threshold, but that it is quite likely that the developer will come forward with a higher threshold. If the minimum that they could achieve would be 25% affordable housing, we'd still look for that affordable housing delivery plan to explain how the remainder of the site would be targeted at local local residents anyway as well, albeit that they'd be likely to be for private sale within the area.
Thank you. Eleanor, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think that's as good as we can probably go at this stage, but I think it is something that we will be looking at in the new local development plan about ways of securing that 100% in some communities. Okay.
Thank you. So given that we don't have any members of the committee that support the officer's recommendation, I don't think we need to take this to a vote, and I'm asking if committee members are content to take forward the offered amendment and to approve the application. Yep. Thank you. Derek.
Can it be stressed also that this was a unanimous decision? I think that needs to be stressed to Scottish Government, that it was unanimous when and it was passed NEMCOM.
Yep, thank you. If we could reflect that in the minute, James, that would be good. Thank you. Thank you both to Ron, Eleanor and Jim for coming to committee today. Okay. Members, I'll move now on to item 6. This is the second item on our agenda today and relates to an application for alterations and an extension at the McDonald Aviemore Hotel in Aviemore. I'm going to hand over to Gavin, who will take us through this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes, a slightly different application next. Grab your seats and we'll go through this one. It's for alterations and extension to the McDonald Aviemore Hotel in Aviemore. Many of you will know that site. It's the concrete hotel to the rear of the Tesco's car park in Aviemore. So this plan shows actually the number of different applications that are live with the Park Authority. So the one that we're considering just now is the one that's coloured in purple. The bits to the right are the location of the hotel itself, and the bits to the left are the proposed additional parking that would be required with it. So this is again just showing you on a map showing those areas. So the area with the hotel to the right, the area with the proposed additional car parking on ground that's currently occupied by the community ice rink in Aviemore. And again, aerial photograph, you can see the footprint of the existing hotel to the right and the area which currently has the ice rink on it to the left. And I think just worth pointing out as we go through these slides that the footprint of the hotel changes very little through this development, only a very little bit of extra area coming up to it, but obviously it's re-engineered and recovered externally with an addition in height. So that's a layout of the proposed site plan. You can see the additional parking to the left, and you can see the plan view of the hotel to the right. Those are the existing elevations, which you're probably reasonably familiar with. It's a fairly utilitarian concrete structure just now, and the proposals are to change it. So there's an additional floor where that sky bar sits, that sits above the rest of the building. There's a slight addition in some of the heights with a pitched roof, but actually the number of the floors don't increase over a lot of the buildings. So the increase is up to 2 stories in some places, but most of the time it's actually using the existing structure with only the increase in the pitch of the roof changing the way that the building works, and then that addition of the bar area up on top of it. There's the view facing northwest and facing southeast. and the northeast one, which you would look at from the large sort of open areas of ground north of the site just now. That's existing floor plan in the inset image there, and the new floor plan on the right hand side showing the sort of circular parts of the veranda to the sky bar area. These images were in your appendix anyway, and the real, I suppose, the value of them is only to show that the applicant has reduced significantly their plans since they first made the application, both in terms of an application that was withdrawn, where it was much taller, and even within this current application where they have introduced the pitched roof rather than having a flat roof to it as well. That's a artist's impression of the sky bar area. Another artist's impression. I mean, there's some value in showing these though, because they are the additional parts of the building which are higher than the existing building. So the total height of the building, where there's a bit of a tower, already reaches that height of the sky bar. So these are some photographs which then show visualizations with the building coming into it afterwards. Apologies, some of these, the photos are slightly different because things have changed over time, but that's a similar view with the hotel as it would appear from that area in future. Again, this is from looking just opposite the Tesco's car park. You can see Tesco's there in the car park with the hotel in the background, and that's a similar view to it, which would show the hotel as it would then appear in future. This is that very simple view of the site from the north at the moment. So the next view doesn't quite show that, but it's taken from the left-hand corner of the previous view. So it's quite a good one to show the change in the appearance of the building as well as the height. But overall, our opinion is that the overall appearance of the building is actually better than it was previously. Again, this is quite an effective viewpoint just to show the existing building and then how it would appear in future. The one thing I just want to point out is that the left-hand wing of that it appears higher in this image. It's actually the same floor level, but with a pitched roof added to it. So it's not as much higher as the image appears to show it. And finally, that's just a photograph of the proposed parking area where the community ice rink sits just now. So the main considerations are the principal, and obviously there's already a hotel and apartment area on that site as it is just now. It's within an area that's identified for mixed-use development as part of the resort site, so it's acceptable in principle. Then there are the landscape impacts, layout and design. It doesn't take a great deal more footprint, although there's clearly potentially more formalised parking on an area of parking currently used by the community ice rink. The design is still functional and it's larger than it was before, but we consider that overall the appearance is improved of that building in that location. There are very few environmental impacts from the development, and we're proposing conditions to ensure that there are biodiversity enhancements that go along with the new building, so the inclusion of swift boxes, bat boxes, etc. as part of the building. Really minimal issues in relation to flooding, drainage and water issues because the footprint of the building is already there, so it's the same more or less hard area of drainage is returning into the same drainage system that's available for it just now. Not a great deal of impact on access within that area. We don't consider there's a significant impact on amenity. I mean, there will be noise from the sky bar at times, but there are environmental health regulations available to limit that if it became a problem. It's also in the resort with apartments underneath it, so the operator clearly has an interest in managing that carefully, and developer contributions, and on that the council have identified the need for improvements to crossings within Aviemore, and the developer has indicated they're willing to make payments towards those. So overall we recommend approval.
Thank you, Gavin. Committee members, are there any points of clarity on technical or planning issues in relation to this application that members want to ask Gavin? I'll take those now. I don't see any hands either in the room or online. So I will move then into our discussion. So the recommendation is that the committee support a recommendation to approve the alterations and extension at McDonald Aviemore Hotel in Aviemore, subject to the payment of developer contribution for active travel and the conditions that have been outlined in the paper. Members, is there anyone who has any points of view that they'd like to put forward or any questions to add to the discussion? Bill.
I think without a shadow of a doubt, this is the ugliest building in Aviemore. It's got the aesthetic appeal of a 1960s East German apartment block. So in terms of design, this is a vast improvement. You know, certainly it is a tall building, but there are other tall buildings on the skyline in Aviemore. And we need to bear in mind that Aviemore is a tourist destination, one of the largest in Scotland. And this would bring, I suppose, an additional valuable product to the tourist spend or to the tourist offering. So I think on the basis that this actually has little additional impact on the entire area other than the economic benefit, and that the design is vastly improved, I'm inclined to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Bill. I've got Jiva, then myself, and then John, I'll bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Well, I think it's a vast improvement. I think my only plea would be that the white isn't too white, that it's soft so that it doesn't sort of stand out and hit you in the face. But otherwise, I think it's a huge improvement on what, as Bill says, was a very ugly building.
Thank you, Jiva. I agree with you both. I think I was pleasantly surprised by the look of the artist's impressions. I just wondered, Gavin, they show there, I guess, what could be coined a living wall or a living platform. Are we able to put any conditions in that make sure that that actually happens? Because they can be quite important parts of buildings, and certainly in breaking up how they look, but also enhancing the biodiversity within something that clearly doesn't have a huge amount of biodiversity value at the moment.
I think we've already got conditions which cover landscaping and biodiversity enhancements to it, and I think they cover that, not specifically, and I'd be reluctant to specifically say that because it's drawn as an area with landscape on the plans. It's an area with landscaping, so the artist's impression is an artist's impression, and there will, I'm sure, be health and safety requirements around the nature of that and how it's coming off the roof and potential wind blowing things off the roof. So the nature of that planting is probably more complicated than the artist's impression implies.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring in John and then Russell, please.
Just to agree with what's already been said, it takes it into something that looks more like a holiday accommodation rather than a sort of prison camp. The buildings are dreadfully looking. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. Russell?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would agree that it definitely looks better and I would support it. I had a question that I'm pretty sure is not relevant to the planning, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I see the ice rink is going to be moved, and do we know if they've spoken to the community group and if there's another site available for them?
The ice rink is in that site because the resort have allowed them to have that site for free, effectively, and we have had discussions about that, and I suppose we can't prevent that. We can't make sure that that stays there forever, but I know that the resort find there's a benefit to having the ice rink there as well, and have been thinking about whether there are other sites where it could be located on a more permanent basis. I suppose the other thing is we don't know when or if this development will become a reality, so the ice rink is under no immediate danger of being pushed off that site. But I don't think that we can force another site to be identified through this planning application.
Thank you. Any other viewpoints that anyone wants to put forward? No, thank you. So I think I'm hearing that committee then are happy to approve the detailed planning permission and support the recommendation to approve the alterations and extension at McDonald Aviemore Hotel in Aviemore, subject to the payment of the developer contribution for active travel and the conditions outlined in the paper by Gavin today. Are the committee happy with that? Yep, thank you. So moving on to item 7, this relates to an application for planning permission in principle for the erection of holiday apartments on land west of the Cairngorm Hotel in Aviemore. And I am handing over to Emma to take us through this application.
Thank you. Yes, this application site forms part of the McDonald Highland Resort. It's located directly to the rear of the Cairngorm Hotel, which lies to the east. The site is bound to the south with the resort's internal access road, from which access to the site is from. The Strathspey Hotel lies further west, and the Aviemore Hotel to the north of the site. This is an aerial image of the site. It covers an area of approximately 0.43 hectares. There's an existing building on the site here, which was formerly a staff accommodation block. This will be demolished. The site is currently scrubland with self-seeded tree growth. Mature trees bound the site to the west, south and north, and these form part of a wider tree protection order, tree preservation order. The applicants have submitted an indicative site plan, and application is for planning permission in principle, and it's for a block of holiday apartments. It's stressed this is an indicative plan that's been submitted to give an idea of how the site could be developed. So it shows vehicular access from the access road to the south here, and pedestrian access at this point here to the west. We'll remind you that it is an application in principle for planning permission in principle, and that no details form part of the submission. This is purely indicative. All details would be subject to consideration under a separate subsequent applications for any matters specified in the conditions attached to any consent granted today. This shows the vehicular access of the access road to the south of the site, and this shows, it's an example, this is the building that is currently on site but would be demolished to accommodate the development. So to move on to the relevant considerations, the site is within the identified settlement boundary of Aviemore and forms part of a wider allocation which offers opportunities for enhancement and diversification of current land uses. Local development plan policy supports proposals for business growth and those which will increase Aviemore's attractiveness as a tourism recreational destination. The proposal redevelops an allocated brownfield site, expanding the capacity of the well-established Highland Resort. The location will link into the existing core path and is in close proximity to sustainable transport links along Grampian Road. In terms of environmental impacts, the site, which has been previously developed, has no specific environmental designations and is far enough away from the River Spey SEC and the Convecchi Forest SPA that it will not affect the integrity of these designations. The site does have the potential to support bats and breeding birds. Therefore, conditions requiring a bat species protection plan and works only being undertaken out with the bird breeding season are recommended. In terms of the protected trees on site, an indicative tree protection plan has been submitted with the application, which indicates tree protection and proposed trees to be felled. Given this is a planning permission in principle application, a full arboricultural assessment together with compensatory planting mitigation will therefore be secured by a condition at a subsequent detailed stage. The design, layout and landscape impacts will also be considered at a later stage, and any future proposal should, however, accord with the CMPA design guidance and LDP policy. It should complement and not compete with the Category C listed Cairngorm building, Cairngorm Hotel building, and the A listed Aviemore train station in terms of its form, size and overall design. And any future application, detailed application, will have to be accompanied by an historic environment impact assessment. The development must also conserve and enhance the landscape character of the site and its setting in form, size, overall design and materials. The finalised details of the internal layout and access arrangements will be dealt with at the detail stage also, and will have to include the delivery of a footpath to the eastern side of the access, swept path analysis for refuse vehicles, and a layout that considers disabled accessibility. A planning condition for a construction traffic management plan is also recommended. The indicative scheme does not provide sufficient car parking provision. However, as the site already has good public transport links, the Council's transport planning team have requested a developer contribution towards active travel to address any shortfall of parking spaces in a detailed scheme going forward. So subject to the inclusion of the recommended planning conditions and the payment of the developer contribution, the scheme is considered to accord as road safety, sustainable transport and access matters as defined by policy. There are no objections to the proposed development in terms of flood risk, any technical drainage matters and matters relating to waste management and contaminated land can be addressed at a detailed planning stage. The proposal is compatible with sounding land uses which comprise commercial and tourist-related uses. A construction method statement is recommended by condition to secure good construction working practices are adhered to in the interest of neighbouring amenity. So to conclude, this application is to consider the principle of introducing a block of holiday apartments on the site. It is a redundant brownfield site which lies within the wider allocated mixed-use site of the McDonald Resort as identified within the local development plan. All detailed matters will be specified in conditions attached to any consent granted. These will be addressed through subsequent detailed planning applications at a later stage. There is concern regarding the intended scale of the development, and the applicants should take account of this when considering the finalised detailed scheme. It is therefore recommended that the committee approve the application subject to the conditions that are stated in your papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Are there any questions for Emma? And Emma, just while people are thinking of questions, I wonder, just as a learning point, if you're able to say what the advantage from an applicant's point of view is for applying for planning permission in principle versus detailed planning permission.
I guess it's just a sounding board. It gives them the opportunity to establish whether it is acceptable and maybe gauge some kind of reactions to what might be an appropriate form of development before going ahead and coming forward with a detailed scheme. A detailed scheme obviously incurs a lot more development and thought. So this is just getting a principle accepted, and then they can go ahead and look at what all the issues are and address them more thoroughly at a later date.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Bill.
Emma, should this application in principle be approved, exactly what would come back to a future committee? And is there anything that would be dealt with that doesn't come to this committee?
I think the conditions on the suggested conditions on the planning permission principle consent cover everything that all the issues that have been raised in terms of the development of the site. There would be. Sorry, Gavin, do you want to say? But yeah, I mean, there's no. I mean, do you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to say. So all those conditions come back as applications or one application. So they must all come back as a planning application, and then they're dealt with. We would call them in, and the committee would consider them, and then determine them.
So there's nothing that they could state that these conditions have been satisfied.
Oh no, and I mean, that's the nature of planning permission in principle, is that you don't have planning permission in effect because you don't have detailed planning permission, and you can't do development until you've got the detailed planning permission. So
we've been quite specific in that any detail that had been submitted as part of the submission will not form part of any planning permission. This is a permission in principle, and it's basically the location plan and a red line around the site. No detail has come forward and will be part of any approved scheme at this point.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Emma? Fiona?
Yeah, no, I was just wondering what the legal context of this is then. If we were to agree in principle and then it came back as a planning application and we actually rejected it at that point, and it wasn't because of the design or whatever, it's because we'd actually decided that it was the wrong site or whatever. So I just wondered what the legal context is.
So you are deciding that it has effectively planning permission in principle for some kind of development that it's sort of identified for in the local development plan anyway. So if at some point in future you thought it should be a swimming pool or something else, then you wouldn't be able to go back on that. Although planning permission in principle eventually expires as well, and so what would happen is today you're deciding is it okay for them to come forward with the detail of some applications for holiday apartments. All of that detail is up to you to decide at some point in future. So there's no information about that just now. The site clearly has a lot of constraints around it in terms of the trees around the edge of the site that are all covered by TPOs, and a lot of them are very, they've got a high landscape value as well as biodiversity value in that context as well. So the applicant needs to do some quite careful thought. They understand from having given indicative drawings that there is a very real issue with the Cairngorm Hotel and the listed building and how it impacts with that as well. So there are a lot of constraints. They need to go away and have a think about that and work out what they'll come back with. It's possible that they won't come back with anything because they may decide that they can't make enough money out of it. If they can't get enough development, they might decide they could do nothing with it. And it might come again at some point in future for some other kind of development.
Thank you, Gavin. Peter, did you want to add anything?
Gavin has covered most of the points, but when there is a follow-on application, it used to be called reserved matters, but the current terminology is an application for a matter specified in condition. It's another dry term, but that application would be assessed on its merits. So if it was, for example, the landscaping condition, there was an application, then the committee would only consider landscaping relevant considerations rather than reopening the principle of the development. But it's with the old outline permission, there were only 4 categories of matters which could be left over: siting, design, external appearance, and one other, access perhaps. But now the field is much wider, so all manner of issues can be held over for the second stage. And as Gavin explained, there is a formal application which would be assessed by officers, would come to committee. If there was a refusal, then the applicants have a right of appeal. So it's similar to a regular planning application in that respect. And the period is now 5 years from the initial grant of the planning permission in principle to have all of the reserved matters, I'll call them, fully discharged.
Thank you, Peter. Any other questions for Emma? And Emma, is there anything else that you need from committee to hear today? No. Thank you. So committee members, are you therefore happy to support the recommendation to approve the sorry, Bill.
I have to admit to having real concerns over this development, particularly in terms of the previously indicative design, scale and massing. But I appreciate my concerns will be assessed under the various MSC applications that come forward. In fact, the fact that the developer has removed any detail from the proposed development leads me to ask the question whether it will ever be developed or whether it's nothing more than an asset enhancement exercise which will never see the light of day. But I'm assured that the full details of any future applications will come forward before this committee to consider, especially the design, massing and scale of the development, with particular respect to the listed building next door and the impact that the removal of protected trees will have on the surrounding environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Members, are there any other comments anyone wishes to make or raise? No. Eleanor?
Just on what Bill has said there, would there be some merit in refusing this then, Bill?
Well, that I suppose is for this committee to decide. But in my opinion, that bearing in mind it is purely an application that says that it's a brownfield site and they can build something on it. My concern was that that we would be given the opportunity to decide what they build on it. I think it's fairly clear that I suppose is already acknowledged. There's already a building on the site. It's a derelict building. It's a derelict building that currently serves no purpose. It could be converted, I suppose, but but that would be a matter for the committee to decide, not me.
My memory of the place, the trees going up the roadside, I would think would be protected trees. There was the butterfly house, that was right, on the site, which is no longer there. It was taken down, and we have the building blocks. So there's already been buildings there, and the rest of the trees within it are sort of scrubby, rubbishy stuff that's grown up over the last few years. But I would say, going up the road to the centre, and some of that big trees, I mean, you need to go and have another look, but I'm sure some of these trees do need protected. I think there is some quite mature trees there. But the rest of it, I thought, was just grown up.
Gavin?
So I suppose, yeah, just to clarify, there are some really, big, attractive, valuable trees around the edge of the site. All the trees across the resort site are covered by an area. The site at various points has been tarmacked and hard standing, but it's been left alone now for a very long period of time. So it's overgrown with scrub and nettles and thistles and things, and that's how it is just now. The nature of the sort of tree protection areas around those trees means that there's much less area within there that can be developed, and obviously those trees are really important. So any application that comes forward will have to address. But we don't know what might come forward. It might be an application for 3 apartments or 30, or something in between.
Thanks, Gavin. Xander?
Yeah, thanks. A question for really anyone who can answer it, I suppose. It said in the report that it was a staffing block. It's not been used for several years, but it doesn't give a definition on really a time period. Are we talking a few years? Are we talking 20 years? Because obviously we've had staff shortages, accommodation crisis, etc. Just to try and get an understanding of how derelict the building, we're talking about it in sort of, it's derelict, is it crumbling, falling down derelict, or is it, and
don't know when it was last used. Derelict as in is not currently used, as we like it's falling down, but it might be. We don't have a structural report on it.
Bill, then Eleanor.
Just on that point, I think it's been disused since they built their new staff accommodation next to the A9. I don't think it's been used since then.
Thank you. John?
Does the hotel belong to the Cairngorm Hotel? The ground, sorry, belong to the Cairngorm or McDonald's? Who is it? McDonald's?
Yep. So, committee members, are you therefore happy to support the recommendation to approve this planning permission in principle for this brownfield site and for the future erection of holiday apartments that land west of the Cairngorm Hotel in Aviemore, and that will be subject to the payment of a developer contribution for active travel and the conditions that have been outlined in the paper. Yep. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 8, so I'm going to ask Russell and Bill please to leave us, and we'll give you a shout when we're finished. Thank you. Okay, so item 8 relates to an application for the detailed planning permission for the erection of 12 houses at the former Aviemore Primary School in Aviemore. And I'm going to hand over to Gavin to take us through this application.
Thanks, Skinner. Yeah, another site for, in this case, affordable housing to be delivered by Highland Council. Highland Council own all of the land in the plan there. It's the site of the former primary school. The former primary school was built on ground that is known to flood and has a lot of peat within it as well. And this part of Aviemore has got wet in the past. So this is the aerial photograph of the site. You can clearly see the site more or less as it is now, with the site of the former primary school on the top right within the red line, and the green area being the old sort of playing fields area that was used by the school. There's a few trees around the site which are now much bigger than they were when the school was there, because it's been left for about 10 years or so. This is the proposed layout. So worth saying just now that that's a very small part of this overall site, and that is the land that the agent has been able to identify and agree with SEPA and the council's flood team, where ground raising can take place in order to raise these above the floodplain. The remainder of the site will be used for compensatory flood storage and will be left, so the remainder of the site will be a wild space forevermore, because there will never be any development on it. So you can see the four blocks of buildings, the flats in blue at the top and the semi-detached units in green to the bottom, and SUDS area to the bottom as well. Then on the right-hand side, formalising and improvement of the parking in the area outside the development, which was overflow parking for the school mostly, is all owned by the council. It's sort of used for informal parking now. These are the house types. So simple, affordable housing, but will fit well in that area. That's a visualisation looking from, I suppose, the north of the site, looking towards the buildings. You can see them on the raised grounds there. One thing that I just want to point out now, it may come up, because of the constraints on the land area that can be used for these properties, clearly the garden grounds are very, very small. So they all have individual outside spaces with drying areas, but they're obviously very small, smaller than we're used to. However, they will have a great outlook onto a wide open space to the rear of the properties as well. So that's, again, a sort of aerial visualisation of the property sitting in the context with other buildings around them. And that's from above the flood compensation area, looking back to the site. Just for those who don't remember it, that's a Google Street View of the old primary school as it was, and then this is a year ago. I'm sure it's now just the case of up quite a lot. That's from the set of the site. Apologies. And again, that's the site now. So you can see that what was a fairly, well, normal school ground managed has just been left over time, pretty much while the council thought about what reuse of it they could have, given the knowledge of the peat and the flooding within the site. So that's just a photograph of the current area looking over towards the corner where the previous 2 but 1 photos were shown. Again, looking in the site, that's where the sort of hard standing before the school. The school will be beyond the Harris fencing. Harris fencing is there because there's been ground investigations over the last few years just to test what's underneath the foundations and the ground. Again, a photograph of the car parking area and the kind of the existing density of housing within that area of Aviemore, and a photograph of an informal path to the north of the site, which is going to be retained and improved as part of the development. So So that's an indicative drawing of the compensatory flood storage. So that needs to be, the full details need to be finalised on that. But SEPA and the flood team are satisfied that there's sufficient space and it will be possible to do that. The nature of that will be complicated by the fact that obviously they won't be able to excavate land where there's peat within it. So any excavations will take place on harder bits of ground within it. So the main planning considerations are the principle of development, and obviously this is a brownfield site. In this case, it's also on an area that is definitively known to flood, and everybody agrees would flood, but it floods slowly from water backing up the Milton Bird onto that site, so there's no risk of heavy water flow. It's an increase and lowering in height of the water table effectively. So the land raising is considered acceptable within that location. I'll speak loudly anyway. The site will always be accessible even at the most extreme floods predicted, where there might be a few centimetres water on the roads around the area. Landscape impacts, layout and design. I mean, it's obviously severely limited by the land that they can take and raise, but we consider that that's acceptable. Very few environmental impacts. There a little loss of trees along the site because they'll be covered where the land starts to raise, but there's plenty of opportunity to provide increased planting both within the landscaped areas and the flood compensation area outside the site. The flood, water and drainage issues are fairly straightforward once the land is raised. The suds pond is on higher ground as well, and that will drain slowly back into the burn. Access is straightforward off the existing road network, bearing in mind there was a primary school there with staff and pupils being taken there. The number of vehicles, although it's more than currently access that area, it's significantly fewer than used to use the road network there. And there are improvements going to be made to the road network on the route to the site as well as around it. Obviously a watching brief on contaminated land on the site given the previous uses, although unlikely anything particularly worrying is picked up, but there needs to be that watching brief. The impact on amenity, overall, we consider that this would be a benefit to having more in that location. I appreciate there will be neighbours who don't want other houses within ground that they currently have an outlook on, but overall that ground will be better managed, better cared for, and the new properties will fit into the area. And finally, developer contributions, and the development needs to make a contribution towards education, primary education in Aviemore. So with all of that, and the agreement of SEPA and the flood team in relation to the compensatory flood storage and measures, we recommend approval.
Thank you, Gavin. Committee members, are there any points of clarity on technical or planning issues that you want to ask Gavin? I've got Derek, thanks.
Yeah, there were some technical phrases there like flooding slowly. I like that one, Gavin. That it has a tendency to get wet. Is that a euphemism for it floods?
Yes, well, the flooding here is different to the flooding in the application we were looking at first thing this morning. So that would be flooding from the river bursting over its banks. In this case, this is part of what was presumably a bog before Aviemore was built over it, and the water rises up out the burn and then backs up a very long way. So the water is coming from downhill of the site very slowly back into that site. For anyone who remembers, the school playing fields used to have large standing puddles after it rained as well, because it didn't drain particularly well. So that's the issue. So if the burn floods and backs up, then that area under the 1 in 200 year flood scenario would get wet.
Derek, do you want to come back?
I'm at a loss and in fact mystified in some ways that SEPA objects to an area that has never flooded in a previous application, and yet we don't have any objection from them in this application. You know, I'm puzzled, genuinely puzzled at that. And also, I mean, I understand that problems with the primary school were structural, and part of the reason for that was the amount of flooding and the actual topography of the area.
Yeah, I think the school was in parts sinking into soft ground, effectively.
Okay, thank you. Eleanor, did you want to come in on that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on that point then, but I was saying that the proposed housing is going to be on higher ground that is not going to sink and is not really going to flood. Is that what we're saying? And that's why we've only got 8 units.
That's exactly right. Yes. So it's going to be located on the ground which is already the firmest. There, it's going to have material brought in to raise it up and effectively float it above the ground there as well, and provide a stable, solid platform. The remainder of the site are the parts that were the most worrying, where the primary school was located. Clearly, the council have been doing a lot of ground tests to identify where it is possible to put the properties on stable ground, not on ground that will sink, because they're responsible for it. There are fewer sites that have been as carefully surveyed as this one.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. I've got John, Sandy, then Doug. So John in the room first, please.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I agree with Derek. This has been quite a controversial site. I mean, the school has been flooded. My young lad went there. I mean, the water just can't get away down through it. So, I mean, if you do get a big flood on the hill behind you, the water will rise quickly. I don't care that they say it won't. There's only one thing, a technical thing I was a bit worried about, was that you said that there'd be only small spaces for the gardens. It's a huge site. If they're going to build up the rest of it, why not give the folk a decent garden for kids to play in? That would be one of my criticisms. You know, there is space there and plenty of room. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try this one again. So they just cannot allow any of the development to go onto the ground that will flood. So they're severely constrained, and the gardens would not be allowed to be built there, because it then means people may do other things on them. So they've brought this to the most the balance they can have, where providing as many houses as possible whilst still being able to make it economical for them.
But surely, you know, if you've got a contour of a lawn coming down and the lawn is smooth, right, you're not allowed to put anything on the lawn, the water can flow through the lawns. It's simple. I would have thought, give the folk a bit of space.
I think the best thing would be to have a great back gate that you can open into that fantastic space that will be there. No, the children. Thanks. I've got Sandy next, and then Doug, then Hannah and Xander. So Sandy first, please.
Thank you. My main query on the site has been covered. So just briefly to observe that this is another example of critically important affordable housing with an application and appropriate mitigations and conditions. I'd be supporting it.
Thank you, Sandy. Doug, please.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, Gavin, it's a quick one, and I think I read the answer, but I just want to confirm it's around the parking, and just that the provision of parking there will be open to the existing neighbouring residents as well, won't it? I'm sure I read that in the paper.
That's right. Yes, it will be, and it will be improved because it will be actually marked out and identified clearly. I think maybe some of the other residents would rather it wasn't, because they've got used to having a lot of space to park in whatever way they fancied. But however, it increases the overall capacity of it, and it'll be a small inconvenience for people to park in identified parking spaces.
Great, that's fine. That's all I needed to know. Thanks, Gavin.
Thanks, Doug. I've got Hannah next, please.
Hi, yeah, just picking up a little bit on the slightly depressing size of the garden space. I noticed that it said that it's going to be used for bike and bin storage, and somewhere else there was a section there's going to be one cycle hoop available for visitors. is there any scope for some of a parking space, for example, to be turned into a secure bike store, so that way it's taken out of the small garden space they have, or bin storage being provided outside for these kind of things? Is that being considered?
The bin storage and the cycle storage has been designed to meet the council's requirements. So, and in the case of affordable housing, there's two different things. So one comes down to the transport planning team in terms of the bike storage available, and the other part is around the council as a tenant and the way that tenants prefer to have their bike storage. So we've accepted what's been provided and that what the consultees have said works. So we haven't looked for anything else within that. And I don't think it's necessary at this stage. Certainly the council are very responsive to providing additional facilities over time if that's something that their tenants demand on properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I've got Xander and then Kenny.
Thanks. I'm feeling quite conflicted about this, to be honest. I think in that obviously we all want more affordable housing, and I think we're all acutely aware of the pressures in Aviemore, but this is a known flooding site. We've already heard how tight the ground area that is available for houses even to be built up on, and therefore tiny gardens as a result. And I'm wondering, actually, and having read the objectors' objections, I'm wondering if by building up this part of the site, are we putting other areas at risk of flooding if flooded water can't go there? Will it have to go somewhere else, or is it never going to get as high? Would it never have got as high as this?
That's the reason for having the compensatory flood storage. So the compensatory flood storage creates more capacity. So it has to be greater than the amount lost to the increase, and so that, and SEPA and the flood team are satisfied with that, and it does comply with NPF4 policy and LDP policy in relation to that, where there is the option to approve when inside a flood risk area with land raising under certain circumstances, with brownfield land being one of those circumstances.
Okay, and in terms of the LDP, the sites for community use, was raised in one of the objections about the availability to the community to use what is left of the site in terms of how boggy it is and will be. So will the community actually be able to utilise the space in a practical day-to-day way, obviously exempting the fact that occasional flooding might occur?
Yeah, the only thing that's precluded from it is development. So, unless there's some structure there which is dangerous, where people need to be excluded from normal access rights apply, the proposal also has a kind of improved access at the south end of the site into that area, and linking with an existing footpath to the south end of the site as well. So, and I suppose worth reflecting that the allocation of community use within the local development plan has often been used with affordable housing, because that meets a community need. It's not intended to say that is only for a community group to use. It's for a use for development.
No, I understand how we use community use in the LDP. That wasn't what I was challenging. What I was challenging effectively is, will what remains of the site effectively be usable green space, for example, as in it's not going to be bog that people can't walk over kind of thing. It is going to be acceptable.
I would imagine some bits will be wet more frequently because it's flood compensation ground, but obviously the nature, people will be able to access that site in the same way as they can access other bits of ground around Aviemore. It may be that the community decide they want to put raised paths through it or something like that in future, in which case they could try and raise funds. The issue there would be getting consent for a kind of development within that area, which might be difficult.
did we consider asking the applicant to put in paths that would be usable all year round as part of the application?
No more than they have done, because we've asked them to link to the existing path network. So there are improved paths to the existing path network and open spaces.
Okay, thank you. Kenny.
Thanks, Convener. Having worked on that pitch for many years, some time ago, it's not really a bog. It has wet bits and it does get very wet, but it's been a pitch and it was used as a pitch for the primary school for decades. It was a very unsatisfactory pitch, I grant you, but it was nevertheless used for sports days and team sports and all sorts of activities. So it's the idea of it being a bog is only true in the sense that a very heavy building sank in different bits over time and caused a difficulty. I think the point about the gardens is disappointing, I guess, but you also have access to a fairly dry bit of ground, which would be a lot of fun for a lot of people, I would imagine. So I'm kind of reassured about that. My question is on the plan. If from my reading of the plan, the new buildings are where the school was. Is that not the case?
No, the new buildings are closer to the edge of the site, so there'll be a little bit of overlap on where the edge of the school building was, but mostly they're towards the roadside end of it, the fence of the school.
Okay, right. I just wondered because there was discussion at the time when the school and what should have been built and so on, whether raft foundations were required. So I mean, you're comfortable that the foundations are going in and the location of the site means that there's the subsidence that happened for the school would not happen in this case?
I'm not, no, because I'm not building the houses, but that's something that the council will have to, they'll have done preliminary checks just now to establish that that ground is stable. But as they go on, there'll be more checks to see, and it might be they change the construction. I think the fact that that's where the ground raising is means that creates a different ability to put stuff, because you're putting a new hard material, and if you know how that's going to sit on the ground, then it obviously improves your certainty about the stability at the top of it.
Thank you. I'll bring in Eleanor and then we'll move into discussion, which we've kind of moved into.
Well, probably discussion on then.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Lead us off.
Well, no, I was just going to say that on the basis that this is council housing delivered by the council, I take some comfort that they will get the foundations right. But I think it is an application that's delivering 8 houses for families that is needed in Aviemore. They don't have big gardens, granted, but I agree with Kenny. I think they've got access to open space, which is important. So therefore, I'm backing this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Eleanor. Sorry, just to point out, it's 12 houses, so even more.
Sorry, got the number wrong. Even better.
Committee members, is there anyone else that wants to contribute to the discussion? Xander? Oh, Derek?
Just got reservations about approving this. You know, Highland Council aren't approving this application. We are. I take on board what Sandy and Eleanor said. There's an acute need for housing in Aviemore, but it's got to be in the right place. And you know, Highland Council didn't get the school right when they built it, and what's to say that they're getting this right in building this housing? Gavin said they're going to float it above. That doesn't fill me with confidence as a member of this committee when we're using expressions like that. I have real reservations. I absolutely take on board what Eleanor's saying. and what Sandy's saying. But, you know, we're here to look at you know, we must try and think about the future and whether this application is going to cause more problems in the future. And I'm mulling over. I'll hear what others have to say.
Thanks, Derek. Can I bring in Gavin, please?
Yes, so just to be clear, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an expert in construction. I'm merely pointing out that the land is going to be raised by about a metre or so above the current level, and that'll involve taking in material from other locations, not the material from other parts of the site, almost certainly. The council, as the people responsible for the development, will have to undertake their own structural surveys and identify the correct construction technique, as any developer has to do. And then only after it's gone through the whole building warrant process will it be certified as being safe and secure. And that's not something for the planning authority to consider.
Thanks, Gavin. Xander, please.
I was given a bit of reassurance by Kenny. I still have quite significant reservations given the discussion we had earlier this morning about an area that has never flooded and the houses are being raised 600 millimetres. This is only being raised 1,000 and it does flood. So I'm still a bit conflicted in terms of wanting the affordable housing. I'm wondering whether there's maybe too much of the land being utilised for this and whether a smaller number would have been a better proposal. But obviously that's not in front of us at the moment. So I think I am also weighing up whether we should approve it or not, because we do know it floods. It's not a in principle it might flood. We know it floods, and therefore I am quite concerned about that fact.
Can I just add to that? We're not actually, are we saying that it floods? Because what we're saying is there's a boggy bit of land that the previous structure that was built in a slightly different place from where these houses are going to be built basically subsided a bit into the ground. So to be clear, the application that we have before us, I thought outlined a method where the risk of flooding was very much reduced to those 21 houses that would be built, to those 12 houses that would be built on the edge of an area that has been quite wet in the past and could flood.
So the process is the same for each of the applications. In fact, it's the same EnviroCentre, the same consultants who did the flood risk assessment for both studies. It's based on the 1 in 200 year plus climate change potential flood limit. In this case, around Aviemore, the flooding of that burn is well known and well measured over time. So there's a lot more, I suppose, evidence from the past. So that's why there's a notional risk of where that 1 in 200 year plus climate change flood extent would lead to. So that's why it does cover that area. Not all of that area has necessarily been flooded in the past, but that risk it identifies where it could be potentially. The land raising is the raising that is considered to be required to get the ground floor of those levels to that safe freeboard above the potential flood limit. And in that 1 in 200 year plus climate change flood event, there's a prediction of a few centimetres of water on the roads that lead to that site, and in other people's gardens, other properties around that area. I'm not sure that flood has ever been experienced in that area, but it could be in future. It's the same, effectively the same kind of modelling that happens, maybe slightly simpler in this case. The site isn't flooded by a river passing through it, so it's not about fast water damaging things, it's about a rising water table that comes up to that level.
Do the planning officers have the flooding map that we could see for this?
Yes, but I might need a minute to find it.
While Gavin's looking for that, are there any other points that committee members might want to raise? John?
There's a considerable amount of land down beyond the school, bare land. I mean, there is obviously scope there to increase the area of containment for floods, but it doesn't. An aerial view would have been good to let the committee see what is there. But if the houses could be built with concrete floors too, which helps them eliminate, I would be more worried about the old houses on the other side getting flooded rather than the new houses.
There's absolutely no risk of the proposed houses being flooded because they're to be built on higher ground. There is no risk. There's no risk of it increasing flood risk to neighbouring properties because it has to provide flood compensatory storage within that big area that it's got to do that. So the net effect is neutral or better than the current situation.
I've got Steve who would like to come in, please, online.
Yeah, I mean, if I've understood this correctly, the ground is higher where the houses are going to be built, so that should protect them from flooding more. And there's some compensatory storage which should draw water away from that area into other ground. And therefore, the conclusion is that the risk of flooding is not as significant as it once was, if I understand that correctly. Is that the conclusion that's being drawn here from the experts?
Yeah, in effect, there is no net increase in flood risk to anywhere. The properties that are proposed won't be at flood risk. The compensatory storage that will be provided on the remainder of the site will more than deal with the loss of floodplain where the ground is raised.
Okay, thanks.
So I think Gavin's just going to show us the floods assessment picture.
I'll just join the room remotely as well, and then I'll be able to share a screen.
Gaynor, if this is proving too challenging, I'm quite happy
I think we've
move
got
on.
it now ready to go on screen. Committee members, just remembering that the microphones can pick up what you're saying.
I appreciate this is a little bit small. I'm going to try and zoom into it. So if just... I'll leave it like that. I think so. Obviously this is twisted on its side. So north is to the left-hand side, south is to the right-hand side of those images. That shows the flood risk area that comes from the Milton Bird, covers lots of Aviemore behind it. It shows it covering all of that site a little bit beyond. This is the 1 in 200 year plus climate change area. Then within these, there's two different things. So it's showing the before and after effectively, but there's no increase, and that's what SEPA and the flood team require it to demonstrate, that it's possible to increase land and then to provide compensatory storage so that there's no increase in the extent or the severity of flooding for anywhere else. And that's why there's a flood risk study. That's why they've looked at the area and they know that they're confident that there can be additional storage put into the compensatory storage area.
Derek.
Gavin, the darker colours in the second one, the post-development one, is that the depth of the water?
Yes, that's the depth of the water, and obviously
so the ones in the baseline one, the water is not quite as deep as the post-development one.
That's right, but this isn't showing the. So this is to demonstrate what happens then. Obviously, there's then the detail of the compensatory flood storage which needs to be done, which will demonstrate that there is no additional extent or depth of water anywhere other than within the site.
Okay, committee members, I think we need to move to determine this. So, given what we've heard, is there anyone that wants to make an amendment or propose an amendment to the recommendation put forward by the officers, which is for the committee to support a recommendation to approve the erection of 14 houses at the former Aviemore Primary School in Aviemore, subject to the payment of a developer contribution towards primary education facilities and the conditions outlined in the paper. So I'm looking to see if there's anyone that wants to put forward an amendment to this proposal. Derek?
I'd like to propose. Sorry, Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment on it. Okay. In regard to, I think I'd have to obviously go, but it's NP, the new NP4. Policy 3, Design and Placemaking, Policy 10, Resources of the Cairngorm National Park Development Plan, and Policy 22 of NPF4, I think, would be the ones, if I get a seconder for that.
Thank you, Dave.
But, I'm concerned enough, and I haven't been reassured.
Okay. I ask. Can I ask, does anyone wish to second Derek's amendment, potential amendment? Xander. Okay. Committee will recess for 10 minutes in order for Derek and Xander to pull. Is that okay? Sorry, you were seconding, yeah?
I was going to second so that I think we can have a vote on it, because I think we should have a vote on it.
So I thought that you put up your hands.
No, I did. Yeah, I was going to.
Fantastic. So that Derek and Xander can meet with Peter in the Dawn room. Thank you. So 10 minutes, committee. Okay, committee members, we're going to reconvene. Can I ask if we have anyone who is happy to go with the recommendation of the officers? So I've got Eleanor and a seconder. I can't. Sandy, you happy? Okay, thank you. Now that we've established that, Derek, could you please read out your amendment? Thank you.
Amendment is that we are not satisfied that the best analysis has been done. We've contended all risks have not been understood and addressed, and it's not been demonstrated that there wouldn't be a reduction in floodplain capacity. That's number one. Two, it hasn't been demonstrated that development would be safe when operational. These would be both contrary to NPF 422 policy and policy 10 of our local development plan. Furthermore, it will not provide sufficient amenity for residents. I'm referring specifically to lack of garden space and overdevelopment of the site. And this would be contrary to DP3 in our local development plan and NPF 4 policy 14. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Derek. Eleanor, would you like to say anything around the proposal?
Yeah, just that I support the proposal on the basis that from the information given and the advice given from the various consultees, I think we've established earlier on today that SEPA are working on a very cautionary approach to development, and for them to have no objection to this one, I don't think we can turn ourselves into water management experts. So I'm happy to go on the advice given and support this application.
Thank you, Eleanor. So we're now going to take it to a vote. So committee members, the proposal that's on the table is the officer's recommendation to which Eleanor has just spoken to and Sandy has seconded. The amendment that's on the table is the amendment that Derek has outlined and Xander has seconded. So when we go round, because I'm aware that many people we have not been involved in a vote, we'll run a roll call and you're either voting for the proposal, which is to recommend approval, or the amendment, which is to recommend refusal. Okay, is that clear? James, can I get you to run the roll call, please? So you're either voting for the proposal or for the amendment. Thank you.
Chris Beattie. Proposal. Jiva Blackett.
Proposal.
Sandy Bremner.
Proposal.
Kenny Deans. Paul Gibb.
Proposal.
Hannah Grist.
Proposal.
John Kirk. Steve Micklewright.
Proposal.
Douglas McAdam.
Proposal.
Sander McDade.
Amendment.
Fiona McLean.
Proposal.
Gaynor Roger.
Proposal.
Derek Ross.
Amendment.
Sorry.
James, sorry, James, I think you missed Sandy.
Sandy. Sandy was motion.
Sorry, it was Eleanor that.
Oh, sorry, Eleanor.
Proposal, obviously, but just for the record.
12 for the proposal, 2 for the amendment.
Thank you, James. So therefore, I can confirm that committee members have voted to support the recommendation to approve the erection of 14 houses at the former Aviemore Primary School in Aviemore, subject to the payment of the developer contribution towards primary education facilities and the conditions that Gavin outlined in the paper. Thank you, committee. We're now going to break for lunch. So we'll have 30 minutes or so for lunch. No more, sorry. So that means we'll be back, 1:20? At 1:50.
What about Peggy?
Great. Thanks, committee members. 1 minute to go. Thank you. Thank you, committee members. That's has come to 1:50, so we're going to resume the planning committee meeting, and we've had Russell and Bill join us again. So we're going to move on to item 9. And this item relates to an application for prior approval for forestry related building works at land at Crathy Lodge in Lagan. And I'm going to hand over to Ed to take us through this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaynor. So this is a prior approval for the construction of an ATV track associated with a woodland creation scheme just outside Lagan. This aerial image shows the route beyond an existing woodland block, tracking uphill towards an enclosure, and then it will go through and within that enclosure. It may not be too clear on this plan, but there is a line in green, which is the proposed route. The access is to be taken off existing hard standing through the farmyard at Blaggy before going north and uphill towards the woodland scheme, which is also outlined in red. A few photos of the route, which, as you'll see, has a prominent and frequently driven line. The ATV route will therefore allow a single 2-metre wide track to replace this damaged ground. As you can see, the woodland enclosure is already in place, but the track will facilitate further planting within it. Lastly, this photo shows the existing hard standing off the public road, so they're not constructing access off the public road, which would normally require a full planning application. The construction will be standard ATV track construction with a topside drain and 2-metre width. So the principle of this is for woodland creation, therefore it fits with the permitted developments as it has been applied for. Oh, no, I've gone the wrong way. Sorry, too keen. Landscape impacts, as the photos show, there is an existing heavily driven line which has damaged the ground. Therefore, a new 2-metre wide ATV track will replace that damaged ground, which isn't something you wouldn't expect to see in the area that it's within. Sorry. The environmental impacts, we've requested breeding bird surveys and protected species surveys as well through condition prior to them commencing the development. So subject to any mitigation, the proposal is therefore considered acceptable, and recommendation is one of approval.
Thank you, Ed. Are there any points of clarity or questions for Ed before we move into discussion? Kenny.
Just for clarity, Ed, the pictures you showed there looked like it was a tractor or a larger vehicle that had used that track previously.
I couldn't clarify what vehicles have used it. Usually what happens if ATV tracks are formed like that, it might be that there's several ATVs used this over time, or it might be tractors. Obviously, we don't control what vehicles will use a driven line in that respect. However, the proposal is for an ATV track of 2 metres. So once constructed, you presumably wouldn't be able to get a tractor up there. So.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ed? No. So moving into discussion, are there any comments or points that members wish to put forward in relation to this application? No, I don't see.
Yeah, sorry, I had a question, so I didn't put my hand up quick enough. So am I right in thinking that this track is being needed to transport trees up to the ground for planting? Is that the purpose of it?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
As well as fencing with any further fencing materials or anything for the creation, principally for the creation of the woodland scheme.
And in the paperwork, it had a mention that it could potentially be used for sporting. So are you confident that this isn't a cover for providing access for sporting? Actually, are you confident that that level of track is needed for the works that they want to do?
Steve, yeah, I mean, it's not so much that they might be able to use the track for sporting activity afterwards. We can't control that. The track, though, it has been made with a woodland planting scheme. So we're satisfied that there's an association with that woodland planting scheme, and that in all other terms, it's acceptable with the conditions. So there's nothing, we don't have there is no way to stop people using tracks for specific purposes. Once the track's there, it could be used for all sorts of purposes.
Of course, but I took from that comment that there was a suspicion that this might be a cover for something else. So I'm just asking that question, whether you're satisfied that it's required for this scheme.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, that's fine then. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Eleanor and then Russell. So Eleanor first, please.
Yeah, it's kind of on the same theme. I thought the fence was already up by the pictures.
It is. However, it's not completed. I've walked to the start of the fence, but I think there's further fencing along the route that will need to be maintained during the planting that's proposed.
Thank you. Russell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I support it. I mean, if they've got permission to have a woodland planting there, I think they have to have access to it, and a 2 metre wide ATV track doesn't seem unreasonable to me, so I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving in to any other comments from any other members? Can I take it then that members are happy to go with the officer's recommendation and approve the prior approval for the forest-related building works at land at Crathy Lodge, Lagan, subject to the conditions outlined in the paper by Ed today? Yep. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Jiva.
Yeah, well, I just wasn't sure if there'd been a roll call because I'm not sure if my broadband's very sound, but I am here and I do support it.
Thank you, Jiva. Thank you. We'll move on to item 10. So this agenda item relates to the retention of 10 wigwam accommodation units at Speyside Trust, Badagouish Outdoor Centre near Glenmore. Committee, we've also been joined by Tessa and Gus Jones, who have asked to address the committee today. But first of all, I'll hand over to Gavin to take us through the application. I'll hand over to Ed. I should have known that, Ed, because you had that on your slide deck to take us through the application.
Yeah, thanks, Gaynor. Gavin can take it if he wants. No. Yeah, so this is an application to renew the temporary permission at Badagouish, Glenmore for the 10 wigwams for a further 3 years. As noted in the report, the wigwams are in 2 blocks close to the vehicle entrance to the site. As further noted in the report, the reason for the renewal of this temporary permission is to generate further funding to facilitate the wider application that has been approved and part implemented across the site. So this photo shows the approved the wigwams in their current location, and that's the wider approved site. The 10 wigwams are out with the red line boundary on this plan, and this is the 2011 development that's shown here that was approved subject to suspensive conditions. In 2013, they started the development without discharging those conditions, and we requested a new application to regularise the unauthorised aspects of that, which also approved the siting of the temporary wigwams in the bottom of the plan. And that's the aerial image of the wider site. Some photos of the wigwams now that have been in place since 2015, and now that the site is under new management, it's considered that the development will proceed in the post-COVID era. The photos here showing how they've bedded within their surroundings on what is an approved camping/glamping site. So one objection has been raised in relation to the visitor management plan, whether the estate is complying with the signage requirements. There is signage throughout the site, and as stated within the HRA, the numbers of capercaillie within close proximity to the site have remained stable across the last 3 years. This would suggest that the management plan is working, and as such remains in place as a requirement through the conditions of this application, as well as the other previously approved applications across the site. So on to the main considerations. The principle of this decision is whether it is appropriate to retain the wigwams in their current position. Should this application be refused, or indeed approved and then expire within 3 years, in the 3 years' time, the wigwams can be moved to their locations as approved through previous applications across the site. Retaining them simply gives the Trust more time to enact their wider plans. Landscape impacts. The wigwams have been in place for a number of years and therefore embedded within their surroundings, and as such there is little to no impact within their current location. Upon their removal, the ground will be returned to the grassed area, the grassed over state it was in prior to the wigwams being placed. Environmental, as the HRA concluded, the capercaillie numbers have remained stable, and therefore this concludes the visitor management plan as an appropriate level of control for the site, and as such requires no further intervention other than what is suggested within the report and the conditions. And given the above, the recommendation is one of approval.
Thank you, Ed. Before we bring in Tessa to speak, are there any questions, points of clarity committee members want to pose to Ed? Eleanor?
Just one. How many years does temporary count?
Obviously, the application for this is for a further 3 years. We've deemed it appropriate that that's acceptable. We can review that in another 3 years, or this is what the application is requesting at this point. So that's what they've applied for.
Yeah, I get that, but this has been going on since about 2010, was it? It just seems a long time, so I understand it's under new management, but I would like to see this, a proper application coming forward to determine this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think obviously it is under new management, and they're reflecting on the world after COVID and a change in direction for Badoosh. We're speaking with them about what they want to do, and I think I would hope that at some point another application comes in to sort of reconcile the site if they're not going to be, if they don't want to develop the permission that they have for the wider site, then it'd be better to have some consent that allows them to do what they would like for the next 10 years or so, because clearly the wider consent has been available to the site for a long time and hasn't been implemented fully.
Thank you. I've got Derek next, then Jiva. So Derek first, please.
A question, Ed. On page 8 of the appendix, it says that pets are not allowed at the Badaguish Outdoor Centre site. And yet, in a representation from Gus Jones, it says that they are allowed on site. Which one of these is true?
Certainly the signage that's on the sites currently indicates that dogs should be kept on leads at all times. So I'm not I don't think that's necessarily suggesting that they're not allowed, but
sorry, it specifically says on page 8 of appendix 2 that pets are not allowed at the Badaguish Outdoor Centre. Therefore, there is no effect from walkers with dogs as part of the proposal. It doesn't say they're not allowed other than with leads, but if they're allowed on the premises and on these wigwams, I think it's fairly natural. People just put the dog out in the morning, don't they? It's one of those things that people do. And, you know, is there any policing of this on site, that people are being responsible dog owners? Because, you know, the greatest effect on, one of the greatest effects on ground nesting birds, we know, is dogs.
So Derek, the management plan applies to people staying in the lodges or camping on the site in terms of the dogs, so that they're unable to prevent people with dogs passing through the site. There are public footpaths and tracks through the site. It applies to the developments and the people staying there, not to excluding dogs from the woodland that they don't own mostly either.
I take that on board, Gavin, but it says that they're not allowed. And then in another part of the objections, it says that they are allowed. So which one are they allowed? Are they allowed in the wigwams, or are they not allowed in the wigwams? That's all I'm asking.
According to the conditions and the recreation management plan, they shouldn't be allowed in the wigwams.
Okay, thank you. I've got Jiva online, please.
Yeah, thank you, convener. I was just I couldn't hear what Gavin's response was to Eleanor, but I think he probably answered it by going back over it. But Gavin, if you go too far away from the microphone, you disappear completely. And I don't know about the others online, but I can't hear you. So I'm hoping that you said that we might agree perhaps to another round of temporary permission, but after that we would perhaps be expecting something a little more permanent.
Almost, yes. So I'm hoping that there will be another application that comes in at some point in future that will reconcile the site a little bit in terms of what has been developed, what won't be developed, so that it's clearer overall, because there's a lot of consent development that is yet to be completed.
Thanks. OK, committee, I don't see any other hands either in the room or virtually, so I'd now like to invite Tessa Jones. Tessa, you've got your presentation up there, thank you, to address the committee. So Tessa, you've got 10 minutes just when you're ready to start, thank you.
Thank you very much. To start with the positive, I want to emphasise this application provides you with a golden opportunity for initiating some really meaningful habitat improvements at Badaguish by keeping the 10 wigwams permanently where they are and enabling native forest recovery on the east side of Badaguish. A fundamental difference between the similar application 3 years ago is the thrust of the new National Planning Framework 4 that's all about ensuring that development delivers positive effects, enhances biodiversity, addresses the nature crisis, strengthens connectivity and delivers nature-based solutions. There are few places in the national park that can match Glenmore Forest for its importance for nature and people. I'm showing photos, almost all taken this week, to demonstrate the lack of compliance with the visitor management plan and the inadequacy of the approach to Capercaillie conservation, and to illustrate, with the slide before you, why there are persisting concerns over management at Badooish. This looks to all intents and purposes like fly tipping, is on public land and only a few hundred metres from top-tier internationally protected sites. It does seem kind of a disgrace in the heart of Glenmore, one of the most celebrated forests in the whole of the UK. Coming on to the visitor management plan, the VMP is supposed to provide signage to advise people about staying on tracks and keeping dogs under control, and it's meant to protect sensitive wildlife out with the Badooish site. Perversely, due to their location, the signs don't deliver the VMP. Right, this slide shows the back of the sign that you had before. On the location, it renders its message meaningless. Another element of the VMP is the Badooish dogs policy. The HRA does repeatedly say, as has just been said, that there's a no dogs policy for camping and wigwams. This is certainly not true now. The website says dogs are welcome in lodges and wigwams except numbers 1 to 4. This one says at the bottom, dog owners, please exercise your dog off-site. This means habitat roundabout, including on land internationally designated for kappa and other wildlife. And this is the exit from Badooish, and you can see there is no signage at all, either about dogs or about sticking to the paths, and the other exit is the same. Here we're looking at environmental gain for climate and nature, where there is excellent natural regeneration and some plantings. This is the east side of Badooish, between the bike park tracks and the boundary with Glenmore. The opportunity for real gain is to enable Caledonian pinewood to expand here, all along this east and northeast side. Caledonian pinewood is a habitat absolutely unique to Scotland, under which only a fraction of the original remains. At present, through the earlier 35 pod application, 23 wigwams are proposed to be located east and north of the bike park, which would preclude much of the forest renewal. However, there's been no apparent desire from Badooish to move the 10 wigwams to date, and there's no obvious advantages in doing so. Whereas from an environmental and landscape and wildlife point of view, there are significant advantages in keeping them where they are. Our suggestion is that the 10 wigwams are made permanent in their present location. If Badooish ever wants to add the further 13 pods to bring them up to the 35 total, this should be on the west side where the 12 pods are already, and renewal of Caledonian forest should be the management objective on the east side. We fully understand you're determining today's application, but we hope you can see there is an opportunity that is far more in keeping with NPF 4 and the 4 aims of the National Park and the climate and nature crisis. There are landscape gains of reforesting the East Clearfell, which, as you can see from the hills in the background, is visible from many places. And this shows a large part of the area between the bike tracks and the boundary with the rest of Glenmore, where woodland recovery is happening. And this is from the new car park area. And a feature of this part of Glenmore is wetter areas. Forest wetlands provide important habitat, and the standing water provided here helps support dragonflies and breeding amphibians, etc., and obviously could provide a very valuable habitat within a future forest. The HRA states that Capercaillie numbers were verified as remaining stable for the last 3 years. Therefore, it can be concluded that the VMP, that's Provision Management Plan, is working and that the wigwams have no negative impact on Capercaillie or the integrity of the Cairngorms SPA. However, it is not so simple. Counts of males at Lex, which is where the data has come from, I believe, do not tell us whether the population is stable or not. What's happening to hens is what is more important. The cocks have a higher survival rate than hens, and the evidence shows that in declining populations, which is obviously what we have in the Strathspey, cocks can come to outnumber hens, and that in the extreme, the population can come to consist entirely of lecking cocks. When it comes to the hens, the Forestry and Land Scotland wildlife ecologist is the best informed expert on Kappa at Glenmore, and he has advised that numbers of females in the forest have clearly declined. Snapshot lek counts, which is what's been done, don't allow for conclusions about hens visiting the leks and therefore mating, nor breeding success, nor recruitment to the population. Remember that the population is critically low, so all data is sparse and difficult to interpret with confidence because any changes can be lost in the noise of data. So the so-called stability of the population claimed in the HRA goes well beyond what we can reasonably conclude from the evidence. Critically, the data cannot tell us the viability of the population, and therefore, obviously, there is every reason to take a precautionary approach. Finally, these are just a few of the species likely to benefit from forest regeneration of Bedouish, all are of conservation importance. The top right, northern damselfly, a speciality of the Cairngorms with nearly all the UK population. The red net-veined beetle is a rare beetle of native pine woods. The bumblebee robberfly, top right, another speciality of Caledonian pine woods. Bottom left, the Blaeberry or mountain bumblebee, an important pollinator and localised and declining species. The ashy grey slug, which is an ancient woodland indicator, and the narrow-headed ant, a keystone species. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tessa. Members, are there any questions for Tessa and what she said today? No, I don't see any hands up in the room, nor online. Yes, I was just going to ask Ed, Gavin, would you like to make any further comments?
Yeah, I think a lot of what Tessa said there about opportunities for habitat restoration around the site are totally true. I mean, you can see from the photos there's a big clearing in the trees, which isn't all related to Bedouish, the site. It's partly just about the management of the woods by Forest and Land Scotland in that area. But this application is for these glamping pods to keep them on the site they're on, and it sits within the context of if you refuse permission for it, then the logical thing would be for Bedouish to put them onto other sites further away from the centre that are actually going to more likely to create additional sort of peripheral disturbance in other parts of it. So I don't think that is fair, and I think that the opportunities for improving the site are certainly something that we'd like to discuss with Bedouish when we talk about development there, but I don't think it's related to this application. The other point about the dogs is that I think there is something there for us to speak to Bedouish about very carefully in terms of monitoring the visitor management plan, because if they are marketing it as being available, then that's at initial look seems to be a breach of the visitor management. Apologies, having to shift microphone again. And we will certainly do that, and we'll report back on that as well. But I think the main point is just you have to remember what this application is for, because a lot of what Tessa raised there are real things, but they're not things that can be dealt with through this planning application.
Thank you, Gavin. Doug, sorry, you had your hand up. Would you like to come in with a question?
Yeah, thanks. It wasn't so much a question. It was really just to say I've got some sympathy with the view that was expressed there about capper numbers, and I think it's really dangerous to use just a male population count to infer the health of the population. So I would just like to support Tessa's comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Members, any other questions? Derek.
Just to welcome what Gavin said, I think it's important that we get some information back on this, because there's some very contradictory information around this. I'd be very concerned that, you know, that dogs were being welcomed into this site. I see others nodding in agreement, and I think it's important for the capper population that we keep control of that, and that also, you know, Tessa's points about signage, that it's reinforced that that there's adequate signage to let people know what the rules are.
Thank you, Derek. So kind of moving into the discussion, I've got Hannah and then Eleanor. Hannah first, please.
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on the signage as well, because I think that's, I'm not sure if that counts as a breach, but it's certainly interesting that they are directing people with dogs off-site and not providing sufficient information about the potential impacts. Is that part of the visitor management plan? Is that something else we can pick up with them in this discussion?
Yeah, it would be. It would be. I think that all comes to it. If they have forgotten what the visitor management plan obliges them to do, then there's a lot of reminding and going over a range of things which are relevant to it.
Thank you. I'll bring in Eleanor next and then Bill.
Yeah, for many years now, Badagoush has caused some issues within this committee, and there have been various official and unofficial site visits there. So whilst I'm content with today's application, I think the quicker that in-depth conversations are had with Badagoush it's really important, because I have a lot of sympathy for a lot of what Tessa was pointing out there. And I just think they should be addressed very soon. So I would like to see movement on that discussion, Gavin.
Thank you, Eleanor. Bill, please.
Much of what Mrs. Jones says is really clearly sensible. And some of the photographs she's shown us are quite shocking examples of really, really bad site management. However, what we are talking about here is to extend the period of siting, so some basically pods, cabins, wigwams, whatever you want to call them. And I don't think it makes the situation any better if we refuse this application. There's very little difference between the situation today or what it would be tomorrow if they were removed, other than the fact that they may then have to move them somewhere else. But I really like to support Eleanor with the idea that something needs to come forward relatively soon in this site. And I too have sat here not in this room, but in a different room where we've looked at the various problems that have been caused by Badagoush and their planning applications and lack of adherence to those decisions. I appreciate the fact that they're under different management, and that is probably a thing to the good. But certainly we need to see something coming forward relatively soon. And we also need to try and ensure that some of what's been shown to us today is ceased.
Thank you, Bill. I've got Paul, please.
Yeah, on a similar theme, is it possible for us to extend the permission for only 6 months, or that within a time frame within 6 months they present a more tidy plan for managing the entire site, and that after that period, and should there be any continuation of any breaches, we could withhold permission?
Thank you, Paul. I had a similar query. I know this has come up previously, and I can't remember what the outcome was. I think it was the negative, as to whether we could give permission for a year.
I think it would be possible to reduce the duration of permission that they've asked. 6 months is a very short period of time and is perhaps more like refusing. So I would say that to be that short is stretching reasonableness. And I would much rather it was a longer period. If the committee wanted to reduce it, I would say 2 years would be a more appropriate time because of the kind of the ability to kind of manage the stock and plan for it. I think there is a risk that if you introduce time periods which are very short, then it sets in chain things which are less helpful for the site, and we're not trying to punish them. We're trying to encourage the right things to come forward.
Paul, would you like to come back?
I guess then, not being an expert in timeframes, what guidance other than 2 years might there be for something less, maybe a year?
So ultimately, we've got planning conditions across a number of applications which link to the visitor management plan and its adherence. So with our discussions, we could enforce on those conditions. So it wouldn't necessarily affect this application, but we still have a lot of control over the conditions that are already approved across the site. So with our discussions, we can start implementing timescales within that for the improvements.
A year would be the minimum that I think would be reasonable.
Okay, committee members, are there any, given that information, anything anyone else wants to comment on or suggest? Bill?
I would suggest that probably 18 months is about an acceptable time period, and it gives them plenty of scope to reorganise things and get additional applications in or whatever they need to do. I just think that 3 years is far too long.
I would support 18 months as well.
Gavin, Ed, in order to, we can ask the committee, would we have to pull together an amendment if we wanted to look at changing the timescale?
I think if that's the committee's view, then nobody wishes to have a different view, and unless then we can certainly change that, because it's simply changing 3 years on the condition. So it's a very simple change. So unless this turns into amendment type issue.
Yeah, I agree with what Gavin said, although the reasons for restricting to 18 months would need to be carefully articulated, because in theory this could be appealed in the same way as a refusal, so the reasons should be set out.
So I guess the first question is then, committee members, are there any members that think that a movement in timescale from 3 years to 18 months is not acceptable? Fiona.
I'm just a little bit anxious about this appeal. If we can manage the situation, with the 3 year timescale, but ensure that a proper plan comes forward to us. I don't know whether restricting the time is the answer if there's a possibility of an appeal.
I think there's a possibility of an appeal against conditions or any changes anyway. So from listening to the committee, I think you're concerned that there may be breaches of the visitor management plan across the site, which also relate to these wigwams. And that's why you're concerned about giving a longer consent. And that's a legitimate reason to limit the duration of the consent. I'm not worried about an appeal as long as the reason is a good one. And we're never in control of what other people do and whether they decide to bring forward the proposal or not. We can encourage them, we can explain to them why it's a good idea, why it would make sense. It's down to them though. And if they have a consent for 18 months and they get to the end of it and they still want it, they're free to make an application to increase it for another 18 months, possibly, obviously with reasons for why that was needed. So it's not unreasonable.
John.
One comment I would make here, I mean, if there's a change of owners and, you know, they've got to find their way, and, you know, 2 years in business is nothing, you know, you really need 3 years to know where you're going in a business. But, you know, it is change of owners.
Thanks, John. Eleanor, and then
yeah, I accept it's a changeover, but there was some serious issues in that pictures that we were shown by Tessa. So, but it's only new management. It's still basically the same business, is it not?
Yeah, and ultimately we're still talking about a planning application here. So it's an application for development, and there's a limit to how much the nature of the ownership should be relevant. Not at all.
So what I was wanting to ask, from what you've said, Gavin, have you got sufficient from the committee discussion to word that reasoning as it stands at the minute?
I think so. I think you're concerned that it's perpetuating uncertainty with this development on the site, which it is, and temporary consents do that. You're concerned about compliance with the visitor management plan, which relates to this development and to the wider site and the other developments there as well. And so you don't want to give a further consent for this application, which ties into the wider consent, is related to it, for longer than 18 months, because you want to see these issues tied up and closed off.
Thank you, Gavin. Xander, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of reflecting on what's just been said. I kind of share John's view in some ways about 18 months isn't very long in business, and actually in terms of bringing it through the process, I think it's probably what I would want Gavin's assurance about, in terms of, obviously we need to sort out the issues that have been raised. I think that is why we're looking at a shorter timescale, as has been discussed. Are you confident, Gavin, that they can sort out these issues and with the support of the park and bring something back in 18 months within their capacity and hours?
I don't know. I think the main bit that we're trying to avoid is the uncertainty of how this temporary consent continues as a temporary consent, and it has gone on for a while, and the shortening the duration of that consent is to try and bring a more permanent solution through, which we hope will address those other issues. We have to go away and do our investigation and, if necessary, enforcement around the visitor management plan, which applies to the wider development anyway. And that is a separate issue to this planning consent, although clearly it is related in part.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of where, we can take enforcement action regardless of the time frame, and even if we refuse, we can take enforcement action. So the time frame is more about how long actually realistically is required to regularise, bring back something more permanent. I wasn't here for all the previous applications, so I don't necessarily know all the history of it, but I'm just I do think 18 months is quite tight potentially.
Well, if we go back to the start of our recommendation in the first place, we said 3 years, that was what was asked for. 3 years is a relatively short period of time. It definitely allows enough time for something to come back in. Absolutely. 18 months is a push, 2 years is easier. I think the bigger point is it comes down to the applicant to do that, to decide when that's right, and whatever timescale you put in it doesn't necessarily give you the outcome you want. So on this, it simply means that the permission expires. It's possible that if you have a shorter time duration, you might find there is another application for the same thing, but with further information about what is coming in future. So that's also open to the applicant. So 18 months, I think, if that sends a very clear message about wanting certainty about the site, it doesn't preclude the applicant coming back with an interim measure that's justified if they need to.
Okay, I will mull on that a wee bit and whether I'm coming back for 2 years or not.
I've got Bill, Kenny and Paul, so I'll take Bill first, then Kenny, then Paul.
Just a point of information. I don't think this is a new business. It's the Speyside Trust. It's always been the Speyside Trust. What it has in it's a change of the management group. So it's the same owners.
Thank you, Bill. Kenny?
Thanks, Chair. I get the point about the new business, if it was a new business, but maybe it isn't a new business. But we're not trying to put a man in the moon here. We're talking about clarity, about dogs and animals on site. We're talking about how they're depositing and managing waste. We're talking about signage. These are simple things, readily done if there was a will. And frankly, a message to say, well, actually, you know what? These things should have been done. They haven't been done. There's confusion and uncertainty, and therefore we would restrict this application in order that you can provide evidence of what you should be doing. And then, of course, we're very keen to work with you to develop the business and the site and everything else in order that all users are moved forward. I don't see an issue with the 18 months, and I think that's perfectly doable and indicates the strength of feeling around the table.
Sorry, thank you, Kenny. Paul?
Thank you. Kenny said it very well. I think if in the period of 18 months we see another application come before us which harmonises what is quite messy at the moment, then we're seeing intent for them to do something about it. We might extend it another 12 months while that process still goes ahead. But 18 months provides that incentive for something to be done.
Thank you, Paul. Did you want to come back in?
No, just I couldn't get back in.
All right. That's okay. Oh, it's back up. So I think what I'm hearing around the table is that an 18 months, a change of timescale from 3 years to 18 months is what the majority of the committee would prefer. Are committee happy to go that way, or are we still unsure?
Yeah, as long as Gavin and Peter are confident, which they seem to be, that we can defend this, because I think that's possibly where some of us got a lot of seeds of doubt, is the idea that we're going to get overturned at appeal here. So I would want the confidence that if we're not going to be overturned in appeal, because then if we're overturned in appeal, we're out of control at that point.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a case where you need to be particularly worried about appeal, because we're talking about a 3-year consent. So it really would be, it would take a lot of effort to appeal, and they might do if you reduce it to 18 months, and they might win it. But the point is, the issues around the temporary nature of it, the uncertainty, are still there, and they'll be there for a report or two, and the reporter will see all of the history of applications on the site too. So this is not a case to be scared of appeals on. It's a case to do the right thing in order to try and get the right outcome. And if a shorter temporary consent is the right thing to do, then that's what you should do.
Thank you. So I guess we're thinking that the shorter temporary consent will force the hand, and even if the management team at Bagui's come back in 18 months and say we do need another 18-month extension, but actually this is the plan and this is what we have done so far, and we're going to take that to, say, a full planning permission, that seems to be us in a better situation than we are now, where there's many things that we're unsure of. Does that make sense? Does that resonate with the rest of committee members? Gavin, does that give you enough to put in that explanation for the change for 3 years to 18 months? So committee members then, are you happy to approve this, the retention of the wigwams, not for 3 years but for 18 months, with the view that the visitor management plan talks will happen in that time, and hopefully at the end of the 18 months a more permanent plan will come to committee in whatever form in 18 months time? Committee happy with that? Okay, thank you.
Well, not much point asking the geologists about timescales.
Okay, committee, we're moving on to item 11. So, Bill, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you. And thank you, Tessa and Gus. Okay, so item 11 on our agenda is an application for the formation of a mountain bike track link, including temporary construction access and related infrastructure at Corrie Castle and Cairngorm Mountain. And I'm going to hand over to Gavin for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is quite a simple application, I hope, at Cairngorm Mountain. You'll recall the committee approved mountain bike tracks on the lower slopes of Cairngorm probably more than a year ago now. They have been implemented over this summer. We are going to be going out to inspect all of them from top to bottom over the next few weeks, just to iron out any issues there might be with them there. But this is in effect a very small application to add a sort of missing link that should probably have been part of that original application, because it makes logical sense that people may not want to cycle all the way to the top of the tracks and may want to cycle halfway up and then join them from around halfway. So that's the line of the link. So it joins from the top of the picture where the red line starts. That's part of the shared access where both cyclists and walkers are going uphill. Then it would break off. And I'll show you a couple of photographs where it cuts off to join the mountain bike tracks with a sort of rising traverse up a hill and a bend round to reach a midpoint. It's a bit faint on this plan, but that's an aerial photograph. Apologies if you're red-green colourblind like me, you might struggle to see the red line. I can just see it there, but it curves up in a similar way to before, and then joins what is an area between a snow fence and an old bulldozed ridge in the middle of the photograph. This shows it a little bit better, I hope. So if you can see the green label in the middle of the screen, that sort of boomerang shaped red line is where it leaves the existing path and then goes up to join the bike tracks in the middle. That's just a view up from the bottom of the bike tracks, so with the Day Lodge on the left. And this photo, if you can imagine, you can see where the path is just beneath that tow building. So the new path track will leave that, head up towards the snow cannon, just to the right of that building, probably on this side of that snow cannon, take a rising traverse up, and that photo is taken from the top of that bulldozed ridge that we saw in the other aerial photographs. It bends around the back of that and then comes back down to more or less where the photo is taken, but just to the right hand side. That's a view from the path itself lower down. So it comes, in that case, leaves the path on the right hand side of the screen, goes around the hillside just above that snow cannon, and then would bend to the left hand side of the screen back towards roughly where that pylon is for the ski tow up at the top of the photo. So planning considerations are principle, which is on the basis that it's within that area where the tows are and existing paths are. This is a short section which links it. It also avoids a sort of desire line being created by lots of people crossing over without having a route to go, so it improves the visitor management. landscape siting and design impact, I mean, it's a small bit of development within that landscape that now has the bike tracks within it. It will fit into that acceptably. It's taking a reasonably sensible line around the contours of the hill there, so we're satisfied with that. In terms of environmental impacts, it will have the same standards applied to it as all the other bike tracks did, and the works were done very carefully, and the restoration was to a high standard. So we're satisfied with that, and the access, which is using the existing infrastructure there anyway, and obviously ties into that existing network. So we recommend approval.
Thank you, Gavin. Committee members, I'll move into questions and discussion all in one. Any questions or comments on this application that you want to put forward? No, I don't see any hands. It's a relatively straightforward application. I would say, as Gavin has outlined, it's just a short link to the tracks that we approved fairly recently. So I assume then that committee members are happy to support the recommendation to approve the formation of the mountain bike track link at Corrycast, Cairngorm Mountain. Yeah, thank you. Can we get Bill back in, please? Oh, good idea. I'm just waiting for Dan to come in. He's going to join us for AOCB. So while we're waiting for Dan, I've got one item to raise on AOCB. Stephanie Wade, unfortunately Stephanie's on leave today, but this would have been her last planning committee as she's leaving. Yep, this would have been Stephanie's last planning committee. She's leaving at the end of the month to go and work for SSE. So on behalf of the committee, I wish Stephanie well. She'll be a great loss to Cairngorm National Park Planning Authority. So, Gavin, I think you've got a couple of AOCB that you want to share with us.
Thank you. Yes. The first one, which Jiva was shouting at us this morning, was just to let you all know that the Gairnshiel Bridge that you gave permission for a few years ago now and has been in construction for the past couple of years has been open to traffic today. So that's a big event on Deeside. Second point was actually, I think we're not going to have time to have an informal session, probably later today, where Dan would have explained some things that are happening with the LDP. So there's a little bit of information that we can give you just now in the public session, which is relevant to the next LDP. So I'll ask Dan to just outline some of that stuff just now.
Thank you very much. Yep, sorry, I had a lovely presentation and finished for you today, which I'm very disappointed not to give because I was very much looking forward to that. But I will have it waiting for you next planning committee. But I do just need to give you a quick update on some of the work that's been going on because it's stuff that's going into the public sphere today. And so you're likely to get questions about it and, you know, you might want to get involved yourself. Following on from the board meeting that I attended a couple of months ago, we have launched our online consultation platform for the local development plan, which will host all the materials related to the plan, its development, and so forth. On that page, we have now started our first bit of early community and stakeholder engagement. So it's not a formal consultation, but what we have is an interactive map that's been placed on that site. with a short questionnaire, which we're asking people to basically place a pin on a map, much like a Google map, and basically give us any information that they think is relevant for the preparation of the local development plan in terms of evidence or anything else that they want to bring forward. So if they want to raise issues, if they want to give us ideas, this is a good and early time to do it, because what we can do then is we can incorporate that information as part of the ongoing work that we're doing on the evidence report, which is that first stage in the local development plan process. And it can be, used to strengthen the kind of arguments and that we are able to make about the implications of that evidence and where we might need to go with the proposed plan in terms of policy, strategy, or allocations. So that's live online now. You can, I think you've all been sent links because it's in the development plan scheme that went to board, as it says. But if you can't, I will make sure it's actually just sent out anyway as a notification. So you're aware of that. Okay.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan on LDP? And Dan will get you back for that presentation next time, hopefully.
I may even make it longer for next time.
Oh, great. Thank you. Members, any other AOB anyone else wishes to raise? I haven't had anyone say anything in advance. Paul?
Just very, very minor. Thank you very much for the microphones. Intermittent, but they were much, much better.
Good, thank you. I think they worked generally well online, but we did get a few messages saying that the sound had dropped out a few times, but we'll work on that. Thank you. Before I'm now going to ask Planning Committee if we can move into a confidential session, but Xander, can I bring you in, please, and then I'll...
Yeah, thanks, Convener. As I sort of indicated earlier, I think it's normal that we're intending to move in confidential session to hear items that they would normally be listed on the agenda for public awareness as to what the items are. So I'm just hoping that you can outline to the public what those items are that we're intending to discuss. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Xander. If we can get that done next time, that would be great. So item 13 and 14 are for decision, and they relate to the authorisation of planning enforcement action. And we're also going to look at the confidential minutes from the 9th of June and the matters arising therefrom. Okay. That's okay. That was for public anyway. So committee, are you happy for us to move into confidential session? Yep, thank you. James, if you can let me know when the live stream's finished. Thank you.